Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today I'm doing kind of like a little bit of a collaboration with another YouTuber. If you guys haven't seen his video, I would definitely recommend that you go over and take a look at it. I talked to him on his YouTube page and asked him for permission if I could basically use his content to kind of like bring attention to the issue. I think it would be a more appropriate way of stating it, to bring attention to the issue. So there is an issue with poison damage, where poison damage is not being actually accurately applied to a target if other targets are actively hitting said target. I'm going to pull up his video real quick because I do think it's worth a look at. So we're going to pull it up on stream here. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna bring it up in full screen, and we're going to take a look at it together. And this is a YouTuber who goes by the name of Skulm, S-K-U-L-M, Skulm. And I seem to not have this transformed properly. Hold on, fit to screen. There we go. So Skulm has a video about basically the Poison Nova not acting correctly in terms of the damage output that it does. And basically he has a couple different issues here. He goes over the entire thing from beginning to end, the Poison Nova problem, the mystery, and more importantly, he has actual practical tests. And basically, not to make you guys watch the entire video, but basically what's happening is when a monster, or rather a NPC, like a mercenary, a player, a golem, a skeleton, it doesn't matter, whatever it is, when anything is hitting the target while your poison damage is ticking, your poison damage ceases to tick. So if you guys are unaware of how this actually works, let me bring up a quick little diagram here. You know what? Let me whip one up just a second. All right, so Diablo calculates things in frames. If you guys who have been long time, Diablo aficionados, you know that 25 frames equals 1 second. Okay, so when you are dealing with any kind of effect, it doesn't matter what this effect is, 25 frames equals 1 second. Every single frame is something that can be done within a game, okay? So poison damage, as I've talked about in previous videos and things, I have basically stated that poison damage is applying on each frame of the damage. So when a monster has all of the frames consumed by poison damage, they turn green. It's very obvious when a monster has all of the frames consumed by poison damage. So, in this regard, you are very well aware that the monster is being poisoned. But what a lot of people don't know is that when a monster is poisoned and every frame is not consumed, the monster does not turn green, but he still takes poison damage. All right, so in the case of a Poison Nova Necromancer, where you're spamming Poison Novas, and you see the monster turn green, you're assuming that they are in fact taking damage from poison, because at that point, at the very least, you have a visual indicator that all of the frames have been consumed. The monster is now poisoned, and he should technically be taking damage. But what was discovered in the video is essentially the exact opposite. So let's watch a little bit of this together here. It's not super duper long. Let's go to this part right here.
He found the root of the problem. The poison damage is applied in a frame only with the condition that no other damage source is applied within that same frame. In other words, this means any of your minions can prevent the Poison Nova damage because it ticks and it is applied in a frame. At this point, I stepped into the discussion and asked for one more video recording. Guys successfully followed all the instructions and eliminated any possibility of mistake. He used no minions, kept his character screen open and casted one Poison Nova with Death's Web, swapped weapons, and cast one Poison Nova with CTA offhand weapons. Then swapped. He even waited in between his Poison Nova casts to properly observe the tick rates. His kill time was faster despite waiting. As a result, I think we solved the mystery. This is the most plausible explanation. If you're a poison necromancer who is playing with an army, I recommend using amplified damage curse instead of lower resist, since your poison nova gets overridden anyways. What do you think about this mechanic? Do you think it's a bug or is it intended? Should Blizzard fix or rework poison nova? Let me know in the comments.
All right, so basically what he showed there was that even delaying your poison nova almost completely caused the poison nova to essentially not I'm sorry, I'm trying to do like 6 things at once here. Causes the poison nova to still out DPS the poison nova and the minions, because the poison nova by itself does more damage than the minions do. So the moral of the story is, at least with the poison nova, is that dishing out physical damage in addition to the elemental damage, the poison damage, basically causes one or the other to be the primary source. And from his video, basically what we found out is that if a physical damage attack is trying to apply on frame 1 of 25, and your poison damage is trying to apply on frame 1 of 25, the physical damage always overrides the poison damage, even if the physical damage is nothing. In other words, if you have any physical damage coming in, even if it's like a level 1 noob who pokes the monster for 1 damage, it will override the poison damage in that frame. Which essentially means that no matter how much poison damage you have, it's kind of broken. It's meaningless, because at any point, if anybody touches the monster other than you, and even you, so if you touch the monster as well. So the reason why I picked this character specifically was for a reason, is because he has Poison Dagger. Poison Dagger is a melee ability, which means that every single time you strike with Poison Dagger, you even override your own poison damage. Now, what I'd like to do today is I want to test this even further than he tested it. Okay, I want to go even further than that. And basically what I want to do is I want to see if it works, if this same thing happens with generic poison damage. So not just poison damage from, like for instance, Poison Nova or Poison Dagger. I want to see if it applies to any kind of poison damage whatsoever. I want to see if it applies to like a boson firing a bow. I want to see if it applies to a Rabies druid applying a Rabies. They only tested Poison Nova, and it makes me think that there are other issues. So maybe all poison damage in the game is bugged like this. And so how I'm going to test this is I'm going to have to actually open up Hero Editor. So if you guys are unaware, I have actually released today a brand new item pack. It's called GGM's Item Pack. It has all sorts of interesting things in it. And if you guys would like to download my new item pack, which we're going to be using today in these tests, you're more than welcome to get it. It also includes Hero Editor, so you don't need anything else. It has the Hero Editor, and it has all the items in it. And I'm going to link it in chat right now for you guys, so that if you want to download the item pack, that is actually the link, the direct link to the download. And even if you can't see that link, or for some reason, you can go to the original video, and the link is there. All right, so let's pull up Hero Editor, and we're going to start having some fun with this. This is actually going to be rather weird. So to test this properly, we need as small of variables as possible. So we don't want a whole bunch of variables involved in this. We want something that we can test that doesn't necessarily like mess with what we're doing. So let me pull this up on the screen so you guys can see Hero Editor. And there she blows. Alright, so this is the hero editor program, and I'm also going to bring up the other window. I should have more than one window thing on here. I do indeed. Of course, it's way too big. It's way too big for my screen, and I don't know what to do with anything. All right, so what we're going to do real quick is we're going to pull up these files. So I actually have a shortcut right here onto my item pack. And what we need to do is we need an item that is not going to interfere with any kind of damage notifications. So we don't want physical damage added to our attack to mess up the calculations. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to actually create an item specifically for this test. So I'm going to use a bow. I want specifically a bow. I'm going to choose a normal quality bow because I don't want any damage on this bow. I actually forgot I need to open up a character file first. Let's use Poison Bomb. Poison Bomb will work just fine. I've actually still have his file here. Yes, I do. And he is absolutely chocked full of items, isn't he? Chock full of items. You know what? Maybe it would be better if we used a different character. Let's see. Let's use my Trangles set character. I feel like that would be easier. And he doesn't have as much crap on him. And even if he does, I can delete a bunch of it. Bink bink. You don't need that. You don't need none of this jank neither. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need that. No. Don't need none of this. No. Alright, so we're going to add a bow right here. We're going to import a bow. Should be rather simple. We're just going to grab a regular bow for my socketed whites and bases. We're going to go grab a normal difficulty bow because I don't want it to have any damage. I want it to be a fast bow, though, so that we can attack as quickly as possible, which I believe is the hunter's bow. Yes. Alright, we're going to go into the general edit window, which is going to be where we're going to edit this so that it has the properties that we need. We need it to have massive amounts of poison damage. So we don't want to test Poison Nova. Poison Nova has already been tested. We've confirmed that Poison Nova is bugged. We're going to be testing something else entirely. So I'm going to add poison damage to this bow. Let's see here. Elemental. It should be under elemental damage, I believe. Damage. No, that's attack, not damage. There we go. Max poison damage right there. Alright, so we got 1023. We're going to save that. We're going to add another poison damage. We're just going to stack it. So it's going to have this bow is literally going to have as much poison damage as we can put on it. And the reason why we need to do this is because we need to actually test how fast it takes to kill something with or without our army in a way that allows us to actually count out. We're actually going to time it. And we're going to see how long it takes. Hopefully, if this works, we should have an idea of whether the army interferes with the poison damage or not. Where's the max poison damage? There it is. Alright, so we have 5,115 poison damage on this bow so far. Let's add a little bit more. I know for a fact that we're going to need a lot more than that to actively be able to kill a lot of monsters. So we're just going to keep adding in more poison damage until we get to a good number. Now we have 8,000. Let's bring it up to 10,000. I feel like 10,000 would be a much better number. $10,230. All right, so we're going to utilize this bow specifically for this purpose. However, we also want to add some other modifiers to make sure that we don't miss our attacks. So we're going to add ITD. Ignores target's defense is one of the easiest ways to ensure that we're actually going to hit the target. And we're also going to add some negative target's defense too, because why not? Where is the negative targets defense? Let me see if I can bring this up so you guys can see what I'm doing over here. This is the general edit window, by the way. I know you guys couldn't see it before. My bad. There it is. Ignores target's defense. And we're also going to add negative... Where is the negative monster defense? Cannot be frozen. Blocking. Is that not on here? Prevent monster heal. Oh, reduce monster defense per hit. Let's just do like negative 128 is the highest we can go. Okay, so negative 128. Attribute must be between 0 and 123. Attribute has been changed to 0. Okay, there we go. Negative 128 monster defense per hit. And then we'll also apply... I'm thinking this is actually across the board. So when he showed the video and they tested out only Poison Nova, like it really kind of like hit something in my mind and made me think in my head that this is not just Poison Nova. I think this is all poison damage and how poison damage is calculated across the board, and that's what I'm trying to test today. So we're gonna test to see if it's across the board or if it's only Poison Nova. I have a feeling it's across the board. That's my gut instinct. So we're definitely going to test this out. You know what would be easier than actually trying to find the negative monster defense percent, which for some reason I can't find. What would be easier is if we just socketed the bow. Make item socketed. Item is socketed. General edit. Go to other. Number of sockets, and let's go to 4 sockets. Close this, and then we're gonna import and we're gonna import runes. So we're gonna go to miscellaneous runes, and we're gonna go to the Eth rune. Eth rune is negative 25% monster defense per hit, right? So we're gonna add 4. So we should have absolutely no trouble hitting a target. We've got negative 100% monster defense per hit, negative 128 monster defense per hit. We have ignores target's defense and 10,000 poison damage on this bow. Then not only is there a video, Sean, there is actually a proven test to basically prove that Poison Nova is broken in this way. It's in the link. It's in the description. Go down in the description. There's a YouTuber. His name is Skulm. He did a pretty conclusive test on it to check it out, and I'm going to be testing it further today. That's exactly my purpose, is to test this further. All right. So join me if you will, because we will be testing this much further. All right. So I need to make sure that this particular character doesn't die, because dying is definitely not something that I want him to do. Let's just go ahead and give him some life res small charms. I feel like that's our best bet, is life resistance small charms. Just as many as we can cram in here specifically for him. And the reason why we're doing this is because there's absolutely no reason to worry about how what his current health is. We need him to be able to perform the test without worrying about dying. So this is the easiest way to make sure that he does not die. We're just going to fill his inventory up with life res charms. That way there's no possibility of his actually, succumbing to death in this particular instance. I'm also a little worried that it might not be enough poison damage. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a charm that has even more poison damage on it. So I'm going to very quickly open up the edit window, and we're going to create a poison damage charm, probably the most ridiculous poison damage charm you've ever seen. Because it's going to have like a massive, massive, ridiculous amount of poison on it. Let me go ahead. Minimize all these. Alright, max poison damage, save. Max poison damage, save. And you might be wondering why the hell I'm adding so much poison damage, but the answer is that have you ever seen how much poison damage a Poison Nova Necromancer has when they're fully decked out? It's like 40,000 or even higher. So like I feel like I don't have enough poison damage, and there's a reason why I feel like I don't have enough poison damage, because I don't. It's not enough. The massive amount of poison damage that poison damage characters have is insane. And it gets even more insane when you tack on things like plus poison skill damage, negative poison resistance, and all sorts of other interesting things which can definitely change the equation. Max poison damage, max poison damage, max. Alright, how much poison damage is that so far? Let's see. 14,000 poison damage. Let's go ahead and duplicate that a couple times, so that we have a nice little army of 14,000 poison damage charms specifically for this purpose. Are they not correct? Get out of here. You're not the correct ones. Alright, so let's save this character. We've got this character set up. Is there anything else we need? I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to test this. We don't want anything interfering with the test either, so we want it to be as simple as possible. We're going to use skeletons, only skeletons. It's not going to be anything else. Just verifying in my head. Not really. We could use some more plus to skills because I think we're missing enough plus to skills. So let's really quickly edit the torch so that the torch gives us more than +3. I believe we can go up to 7. Yes, we can go up to 7. So we'll go ahead and add a +7, and then we'll also add an Annie as well because he's missing an Annie. So we'll go to unique items, charms, and a Nihilist charm. And we're also going to edit this too so that it has more plus to skills. Because I'm basically using a generic setup where I would have a lot more plus to skills if I was using a more focused setup. And we need the skeletons to be strong skeletons so that we can do this test properly. Because the skeletons have to have pretty good DPS. And they basically have to out DPS, a normal skeleton pack. Alright, so let's copy this character over. We should be ready now. Let's go ahead and close out all these windows. I need to close D2R for a second so that I can import the character. So give me just a second. That was actually really fast with my item pack. Oh. Hey, usually I would sit in there editing for a really long period of time, but I was in and out real quick. Only took me about like 15 minutes. Not bad. Because we don't have an optimal setup. It's just to replace an optimal setup for the character. An optimal setup for the character would be, You know, things like Arm of King Leoric, which we don't have on, Spirit Shield, which we don't have on. I mean, that's already like +7 right there that's missing. We're also not using skillers, so we don't have skillers. So we're basically also in a situation where we don't have all the normal plus summoning skillers that we have. So basically, we're just using it as a way to basically counteract the fact that we're trying to avoid, you know, like spending 8 hours trying to import characters correctly. Yes, Trang's Glove have the plus 25% poison skill damage as well. Which will, of course, affect the poison damage from the bow. That is the wrong window. Where's my other window at? Where's the one that has the chat on it? There it is. Okay. All right, let's pull this bad boy up. Let's test this character, and let's see how broken this character really is. So what I am trying to figure out is whether or not it's all poison damage or whether it's just Poison Nova. I think my hunch is that it's all poison damage, and so we're going to have to test this to see. Give me some arrows. Put these in here. We don't need an identify tome. I think we're probably overcapped on all resistances, so I'm pretty sure we're fine in that regard. So I can probably take some of these off. Yeah, we're overcapped by quite a bit, which is perfectly fine. That means I'm going to pull in some of these poison damage jammies. Looks like the poison damage got capped at 1023, so we're only capable of making 1023 poison damage charms, which is unfortunate. That means we're only at 7617, which is a lot less than what I needed it to be at. That is very low by comparison to, say, let's use an example, shall we? So Poison Nova, which is right here, or right here. So it's level 38 right now, Poison Nova. Let's grab Poison Nova, and where is, does it not have the synergies? Oh, okay. Poison Nova is 7,617 to 7,871, which isn't even really that high. So I guess we're all right. Get lower resistance in here. Poison Nova.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Poison Novas do not buff skill damage. Yes, I know. They're only additive to the actual arrow that comes out of the bow. You're 100% correct. But for some reason, they're not adding. So it might be because I edited them wrong. Let me do a quick test and see if they actually work. Poison didn't get changed. People actually just figured out that poison has been broken all along, and I think nobody knew it, basically. Oh, look, immune to poison. So the poison damage is not working. I have another idea. Let's test something else. So I'll pull up Hero Editor again real quick, and we're gonna try to approach this from a different way. Since the poison damage on the bow doesn't work, we'll figure out another way to add poison damage. Alright, so Trangs. Alright, so the poison damage charms for some reason do not actually work. Let's just take those out. And the poison damage on the bow does not work either, unfortunately. So we're going to just scrap the bow. Let's try importing a specific item that already has poison damage on it. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. There's quite a few unique items that we could choose from. Something that has poison damage already on it. Let's see here. Weapons. I think the Vile Husk. Doesn't the Vile Husk? That's a two-handed weapon, though. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. We could also do the Jade Tando. Let's do the Jade Tando. I think it would help if we use one that already has poison damage innately on it. I think that'll probably help the entire situation. So I'm importing the Jade Tando, and we'll edit the Jade Tando instead. We'll see if that works. And let's go to Magic. And we should be able to go in here and just simply edit the poison damage. Yeah, so this is completely different than what I had edited in earlier. As you can see, it has a min and it has a max and it has a poison length. So let's see how high we can bring this. So 1023 is the highest we can bring it. And then we have a poison length seconds. What's the... trying to think if we should even bother messing with the seconds. Let me see what that does. 300 to 300 poison damage over 4 seconds. So they use a different modifier than max poison damage. It was this one here. So it was the one that says poison damage specifically. So let's just copy theirs and let's see how that works. So if we go to the weapon and we go to an empty row. Let's go to an empty row. What do we got? There we go. Here's an empty row. And then we choose this one down at the bottom. What happens if we bring it up, just out of curiosity? 599. If we put it back at 100. Okay, maybe that's the way we actually have to do it and why it didn't work. So that'll be fine. We don't necessarily need to have a bow to do this. Let's just add a whole bunch of extra poison damage lines here. And see if it caps us out or not. So now we're at 1498. Of course, we don't know if that's actually going to work. So let's do a backup plan, and let's copy one of these charms real quick. And let's try this again now that we actually know what we're doing. So we're going to go to poison damage at the bottom here. We're going to do 100, save. Poison damage, 100, save. Alright, so we have 599 poison charms. You know, let's just copy them, a bunch of them. Whether they work or not, who knows? I guess we'll see. We only really have to match the amount of poison damage that comes out of a poison nova. So we should be fine either way. Alright, so let's close this. Let's go ahead and copy it over again. Let's try and see if it works this time. Oh, I am haxing everything today, sir. We're using my new hero editor item pack, so gotta have extra haxing today. I'm excited I finally got to release it. You guys don't even know. I posted it literally everywhere. I posted it on Reddit. I posted it on Diablo2.io. I posted it on Discord. So I posted it on your mom's Facebook page, okay? I posted it literally everywhere. So if you could do me a favor, actually, and hit the thumbs up button on those posts to maximize visibility, because I really like to get the new item pack out there for everyone to use. I want the Kingpins, no matter, and I'm with deepest respect to the person who made the Kingpins item pack. Very deep respect. It's outdated. It's nearly 20 years old. Okay, it's like 16 or 17 years old or something. It's due for an update. We needed an update. We should have had an update a decade ago. and it hasn't had one in a very long time. So I am taking it upon myself to provide that update. All right. So let's get it in the hands of the people who want to use it, so that we're no longer stuck with the pack that came from 2005, shall we? All right, so it looks like that poison damage actually does work. Very, very good. So let's go ahead and remove some of these, pull in some of these. All right, we need comparable damage to the Poison Nova. All right, so our Poison Nova is 7,617 to 7,871. Let's actually take off a couple more, because I actually want it to be a little higher so that we get a really good test out of this. Alright, so we're at 11k to 11k. Let's go tap a monster real quick with this, and let's make sure that it works before we get into the process of actually testing it. Oh no, I can't hit a monster. I mean, that's our Poison Nova. Of course, we do need to actually cast our lower resistance. No, I don't have enough tankiness. This is why I chose the bow in the first place. This is why I chose the stupid bow, so I could attack at range. Hey, but bright side, I can put the shield back on. I totally forgot about that. Should be in my stash. Yes, I can put the shield back on. And I can be in ultimate form. The ultimate form. A couple more adjustments so we can get this test proper. Like, I know I've already been in Hero Editor for like an hour, but I think to get it to do this test justice, we need to make sure that that we're actually hitting the monster, and also a little bit of extra survivability wouldn't hurt either. So let's just edit in some other things here so that we don't have to worry about dying while we're trying to do the test. Antidote pot is greater than poison damage, except for rabies. Antidote pots don't cure rabies. Ah, using your brain meats hustle plastic. See, if you knew that, you would be the mentor and I would be the mentee, but instead I am the mentor and you are just the mentee. So haha. Alright, so very quickly, I'm just going to edit in the extras. First off, ITD, to make sure that we're actually hitting the targets, and negative monster defense. Save. Okay, and then we're also going to do something else fun. I'm actually going to edit in teleport so that I can do these tests quicker. No reason to waste all you guys' time. I'm going to edit in teleport as an O skill. We're going to go to skills. See if I can actually show you how I edit in an O skill. You guys might actually enjoy this. So what you're going to do is you're going to go down to skills. You're going to go to a where is it? Trying to remember which one the O skills are. It's been a little while since I edited in O skill. We're going to go to teleport. And I don't think that's the right one. You know what the easiest way to find out is? Import an enigma and then copy the enigma. So we're going to use the import function. I'm going to go to my item pack. I'm going to go to Rune Words Enigma. And we're going to check and see how the enigma does the same exact thing in the edit item function. So we're going to go to the Rune Word Magic, which is right here. And it says +1 teleport. So it's non-class skill teleport. Non-class skill teleport. All right. So let's copy that, shall we? All right. So non-class skill teleport. You know what? Level 63. Why not? Level 63 teleport, boys. Oh, yes. All right, let's do some other interesting things because I need to not die. So not dying is definitely nice. So 2,037 is the highest defense value I can give this armor. We're totally editing the crap out of this today. I need to be able to stand there and not get hit, which is essentially what we're doing. So, making it so that I don't have to worry about dying over and over again. And then, let's also do... Yeah, 1 mana per cast is definitely nice. That's what I was thinking when I was like, hey, why not do it like a super high level? Life. Where is life on this list? No. Oh, replenish quantity. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, because the minions are part of the test, Douglas. So the minions are actually part of the test, and I have to on one part of the test have all the minions, and on the other part of the test have no minions. It's actually part of the test. That's the reason why we have to do we do it like this. So I have to be able to survive on my own as well as with the minions. I was actually looking for the replenishment so that I didn't have to worry about spamming potions. There it is. Replenish life. That was the wrong one. Regenerate mana. Replenish life. Alright. Replenish life 33 is as high as we're able to get it. Well, that's sad. That's sad. I want higher than that. Let's do regenerate mana, too, so I don't have to worry about mana running amok. How high can we make it? 255 is the highest percentage. At 20 salvation, 20 defiance. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Here you go, boys. You ready? There we go. Extras. Skill, aura when equipped, defiance, level 63. Why not? Oh, 31 is as high as I can go? Okay. Level 31 defiance. There you go. Done. Alright, let's close this out. Hopefully that will be tanky enough. Let me crash this since I don't want it to interfere with my save file. And I just need to copy them over real quick and we'll be good to go again. Teleport. I got level 63 teleport, boys. You ain't get that on your Enigma. You're not getting level 63 teleport on your Enigma. You're definitely not. Alright, let's bring this up and I'll try it again. Enigma 3ist. Alright, sounds like good. That's right, throw your garbage Enigma away. Nobody wants that trash. Nobody wants that trash set. The trash unique. It's garbage. Why do I got a Grimm's Burning Dead? Nice. Got a Grimm's Burning Dead, boys.
Good day.
Don't be jealous of my Grimm's Burning Dead. Don't be jealous. You know what? I got a socket. Let me put something in the socket. What do I got? Poles, lems, eth. Good. Exactly what I wanted. There's an Ethroid in there.
I am overburdened.
Okay, so we have to do this test 2 ways. All right, and we're going to test it on Diablo because I feel like Diablo is the best way to work this. All right. All right. So the rules of the test are basically this: we're going to kill Diablo with the poison damage, and we're going to time it. When we kill Diablo with the poison damage and time it, we're going to do it, number 1, with the army, and number 2, without the army. Okay, so with and without the army, those are the 2 tests. And if we don't have the same number on both tests, and if the army is actually slower essentially than the poison damage, then we'll have our answer. Let me see here. I need to put these charms in here. Forgot about that. All right, so we are currently at 14,000 to 15,000 poison damage just from stabbing. Okay, we're just stabbing. That's it. Let me get a timer up here because I want to actually get this timer on screen for you guys. Give me just a second. Stopwatch. Let's just the first link. Why not? All right, let me see if I can get this up here. It's gonna be ugly as all get out. Don't even laugh at my ugly jank. It's gonna be ugly. Hold on, I know magic tricks. Hold on. I know magic tricks. It's called a where is it? Crop pad. There it is. Oops, too much. Hey, all right, there we go. So now we have our little stopwatch. You know, let's put this up in the corner. Can I do life per level like a fortitude? You know what? I don't actually have any life. I just noticed. I don't actually have any life. That's beautiful. Can I equip everything? I can't equip everything. Alright, let me just dump everything into life. I was wondering why I didn't have any life. Probably something that I forgot to do in the hero editor, which is neither here nor there. Alright, so for this test we need maxed out skeletons, we need maxed out skeleton mastery. We need a golem, not necessarily maxed out. And that should be good enough. And we also need lower resistance, which level 24 lower resistance should be more than fine. Most people don't go much higher than level 24. They don't actually cap it out anyway, so it doesn't matter. And let's see. So I'll make sure I'm not missing anything before I continue. I've got Sojas on. I've got all sorts of crazy stuff that's all bugged and broken, and I made it bugged and broken though, so it's perfectly legitimate. Let's see if we can actually kill anything. Oh yeah, let's also check the players count here, because I don't want to make things overly difficult for myself for no reason. We're on players 3. Let's just go to players 1. It really doesn't matter. Such slow poison damage. I mean, it's actually not bad for players 3. These are players 3 monsters. Where's Eldritch? It's actually kind of sick. All right, get out my way. I'm trying to get through. What do you think you're doing? Get out my way. Get out my way. Oh, that's right. I got teleport. What am I doing? I've got teleports. The easiest way for me to buff attack rating, by the way, is to do this. Not actually a whole lot of extra poison damage added in if I don't build the synergies, but the attack rating should go up nicely. Combined with the fact that I have ITD, negative monster defense per hit, and negative targets defense, should work out just fine. Poison does suck, but that's what we're here to play around with, shall we? Blessed aim for attack rating. Yeah, I could always go grab a mercenary real quick. I actually need a mercenary for this test, so let's go ahead and grab one anyway, and I'll get him outfitted. We'll grab a Blessed Aim mercenary, why not? Sounds like fun to me. Vikayat. Let me go get him some equipment real quick, because it's not something that I had planned on, because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Who has an Act 2 mercenary? I believe my Druid has a mercenary. His name is Wolf something, or Poison Wolf, or I don't even remember now. Rabid Wolf Pack. There he is. He has a mercenary. What is his mercenary running? Nothing. What do you got? A Pride? That'll work. A Pride will work. And what else can we throw in here? He's using a fake flickering flame. Not exactly a good helmet for a mercenary. We've got an enlightenment armor sitting in the chest. Oh, there's a treachery. That will work. We don't have a helmet for him, though. Let's just go ahead and put these in here. The pride and the other item, and then we need him a helmet. So let's get him a helmet. I'm pretty sure somebody has a Andariel's Visage sitting around. This guy has an Andariel's Visage. I don't know what I'm looking at. It's literally on me. It's literally on my head. And I'm like, is it in the stash? Where could it possibly be? I'm not sure. I don't know. Alright, so we need to set up the testing. Should be fairly easy. All we need to do is pop the seals and prep Diablo, and then we begin the tests. Alright, so we're gonna teleport in, we're just gonna prep kill. None of this stuff matters as far as the test is concerned. So actually let's go ahead and use Poison. Here, hold on. You know what? It doesn't even really matter. Let's go ahead and get in here and grab these two. Of course, Merc died immediately. Exactly what I always wanted, my boys. Exactly what I always wanted. Get away from me, sir. Nobody likes you and your mom's a hoe. Stop being rude. Thank you. Messing up my doojanks. Let's go ahead and grab an army real quick, because this first part of the test is going to be using the army. We need to test the army against Diablo first to get a baseline for how long it takes the army to kill Diablo by themselves. This is an important part of the test because otherwise we don't know what poison is adding to the equation. We need to know how much poison is actually adding to the equation. If it's adding anything at all, by the way. Alright, game controls XZ, thank you. We may actually test Venom. You're just going to have to give me some time. We're prepping things for tests. So this is actually going to be a pretty long video because we're probably going to be testing a lot of different poisons. I want to see how deep this plague goes. No pun intended there. I want to see how deep the plague goes. Stop killing my mercenary. He doesn't deserve your ire. Alright, so the first test number 1. The first test is going to be not a poison damage. This is going to be a baseline. Alright, so I want you guys to remember this. This is the test where we see how long it takes the army and the mercenary to kill Diablo by himself. Okay, so how long does it take the army and the mercenary to kill Diablo by himself? Alright. So I'm going to teleport in. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to let my mercenary do the job. I'm going to cast lower resistance, specifically because I'm also going to cast lower resistance when I kill him with the poison. All right. So we're going to go ahead and cast lower resistance, and I'm hitting the timer. And of course, my mercenary is already dead, but that's all right. I figured he would probably die. See how long it takes my army to kill Diablo by themselves. It's a pretty strong army, too, at level 43. It's actually not bad. Ow! Alright, so 1 minute and 26 seconds. 1 minute and 26 seconds. Let's write that down. So the minions by themselves, it's 1 minute and 27 seconds. Not any kind of poison damage involved. Alright. That's our first baseline test, which is exactly what we needed. I guess we're going to leave the mercenary out of it because the mercenary died literally on the first freaking hit like an idiot. Died immediately. Alright, so let's go ahead and clear this. And we're going to do this test again. So this is going to be the mercenaries and me. Okay? So I'm going to poison dagger and the mercenaries are going to attack at the same time. We're going to see how fast that is. And then we're also going to test me by myself, essentially. So no minions, no anything, just me by myself doing the work, essentially. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, come here and die. I swear it doesn't feel like I have enough resistances. These monsters are just ripping me to shreds, and I do have capped resistances too, which is kind of crazy. So they're just ripping me straight to shreds with the with 75%, which is kind of nuts. Yeah, I don't really know. Let me just grab some more potions real quick, and we'll start again. There's no reason for me to build my army out there either. I'm just doing this the stupid way. Let's go real quick to Act 5, and I'll just grab the army from the Pendle portal. It's much easier that way anyway. It's much easier. Alright, 16 skeletons, no waiting. 16 skeletons, no waiting, my boys. Yes, exactly what you always wanted. Alright, let's get in here and do this test again. River of Flame. I need that full juvie. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Alright, so according to the test, This should be the slowest number between me attacking by myself and me attacking with my army. However, it may be faster than the army by itself, which is something that I definitely did want to test. So this time it's going to be me attacking with my army at the same time. All right, so I'm going to teleport directly on top of Diablo, and we're going to start attacking him as soon as I land. All right, so let me go ahead and get my curse up. Let me go ahead and hit start, teleport on top of him, and start stabbing. Alright, so about 20 seconds. About 20 seconds with the army. Now we need to do the test without the army. So this might be a little bit more difficult because I need no army whatsoever. So we've got 20 seconds with the army. With the army. Alright, 20 seconds with the army. Let's see how fast we can kill them without the army. I might not be able to do the seal pops without the army. You need at least a golem. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. You watch. I'm gonna die so hard. I'm struggling, boys. I'm struggling, boys. Get out of here, sucker. I could always unmake the army afterward. You're right. You're right, of course. You're right, of course. I always forget that there's an unsummon command. I always forget there's an unsummon command. Always. Never remember. Ever. I've never actually used it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never used the unsummon. Why do I want to unsummon my army? I want to summon more. I want to summon more army on top of my army. I want all the army I can get. I want extra army. Like, give me extra skeletons. I want someone who unsummons their skeletons. Not skeleton necromancers. That's who. I'm pretty sure unsummon was an LOD. Freaking unique quarterstaff just dropped. A rib cracker. I just got a rib cracker, boys. Did I forget to click on a seal or something? Or is somebody still alive? What the hell's going on? I did Lord Decease's seal. Oh, I didn't do Lord Decease's seal. That would explain it. You got a rib tickler. That's terrible. It's a terrible joke. Your jokes are bad, and you should feel bad, sir. Your jokes are bad, and you should feel bad. Here's my unsummon button. I didn't even remember that was a thing. That's right. Die, you evil skeletons. Alright, let me go grab my mercenary so I can get the blessed aim. Just so that if I'm missing my attacks, it's not gonna help me out very much. I'm gonna take his weapon away though. He doesn't actually get to keep his weapon. I'll put it in the cube. I need him to actually activate his aura though before I go down there. Attack this guy. Attack him. Get in there. Come on, get in there. Do it. Activate your aura. Come on. Turn it on. Turn it on. Thank you. Alright, so this test is of me attacking Diablo with the dagger to test and see how fast I can kill Diablo by myself without the minions involved whatsoever. Alright? Oh no, I forgot to hit the timer. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000. He's gonna kill me. 8 1000, 9 1000, 10 1000, 11 1000, 13 1000, 14 1000, 15 1000, 16 1000. I totally should have actually like hit the timer on that one, but I'm pretty sure it was about 16 seconds or 15 seconds. We should probably do it again though for science with the actual timer. How did I kill faster without the minions? So this is the answer to the riddle. I'm killing faster without the minions. So without the minions, I actually kill faster. I skipped 12, so it was definitely 15. Let's do it again real quick. I screwed up. I didn't hit the timer. That was my bad. We'll hit the timer this time. I promise. I swear we will hit the timer. I need it somewhere where it's easier for me to click on. Hold on. Let me put it right there. Then I won't forget it. It'll be like right in my face. Right in my face. Alright, let's go seal pop Diablo again. I know setting up this test is kind of annoying, but Diablo I think is the best target because obviously he has a set amount of HP. He's a pretty hefty amount of HP at that, so it's all very useful for this particular point of testing. The Rob Tickler. The Rob Tickler. You guys are terrible. Grab some potions real quick.
Hail to you, champion.
I don't really seem to need mana potions, so I might as well just drop those. Dang, a lot of people showed up today. 166 people in stream. I appreciate it. Alright, let's go kill Infector, and let's finish off this test, shall we? Well, this is just one part of the test, by the way. The test is by no means finished. I want to test out multiple things. I also want to test out Rabies, and I think that's going to be a very interesting one. And Venom. I also want to test out Venom. Rabies, Venom, and regular poison damage. All right. Let's remember to hit the stopwatch button this time, boys. All right, let me go ahead and kill my army real quick. All right, kill the army. Let's get this show on the road. So we need lower resistance. Start the stopwatch. $20 seconds, 21 seconds. I think the mercenary is interfering. I think the mercenary is interfering. Last time the mercenary. I got to do this without the mercenary entirely. Hold on, I have an idea. I have an idea for that. We'll do it without the mercenary entirely. I just need to fix his attack rating issue. Let me do a little bit more hero editing. The mercenary is messing with the equation. I think he hits too much and he's preventing the damage. He's preventing the damage entirely because there was almost like a 20-second difference in between the two. Why is my hero editor not popping up? There you are. All right. We just need to give him a bunch of attack rating. It's not that big of a deal. And then the mercenary cannot be part of the equation. Stupid mercenary, you stupid poopy food face. That's the difficulty with testing things, is you have to test it right, otherwise the answers mean nothing. General edit. Attack rating, where are you, attack rating? How high can we bring this up? 123? Yeah, 1023 attack rating. And let's add some attack rating on the gloves as well. And also, let's fix his HP that's broken for some reason. I don't know why his HP is broken. I don't know why my boy's HP is all jacked up. He got like no HP for some reason. And you know what? Might as well do this. Here, hold on. I'm gonna add in Blessed Aim to actually, you know what? Because Blessed Aim will affect the minions as well, won't it? Yeah, we'll leave that out. We'll leave that out. Let me just add in a little bit more attack rating. I want to make sure that I'm actually hitting the target. So we'll do this test one more time without the issues. Because if we're not hitting the target, then that just invalidates the entire equation. With Poison Nova, it's so much easier to test because with Poison Nova, it doesn't miss, right? So it doesn't matter when you cast it, you're not missing. You're not missing the target. All right. Save, close. He was using that too, wasn't he? He was indeed. You know what? That actually may be it. I wasn't thinking about that, but he is using treachery, and treachery has venom on it, which very well could be messing with the equation. We'll change out his armor as well. Thanks for pointing that out, Death. I'm sure I can whip up some other armor for him. There's probably a fortitude or something laying around I can grab for him. That's just another downside. Let me see if I can grab. Actually, we're not even going to be using the Merc anymore, so we'll be fine because we're not gonna use the Merc. That was the entire point of giving me the attack rating, because we're taking the Merc out of the equation. So let's just keep him out of it, shall we? So we should have a really large amount of attack rating now. Yes, Poison Dagger now has 44,778 attack rating. I think that's plenty. I think we'll be fine. All right.
Not in town.
Dink, bink. Yeah, we're gonna unsummon the Merc. He's not even gonna be. He's not even there anymore because I reloaded the character, so he's gone. He's actually gone. He's actually gone. Like he's super gone. Ugh. It's because I reloaded the character, and it reloaded the character control file. The Merc is a jerk song. The Merc is a jerk, is a jerk, is a jerk. The Merc is a jerk, 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 jerk. Merc is a jerk, is a jerk, is a jerk, is a Merc is a jerk, 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 jerk. Merc is a jerk song. Oh, there once was a Merc and he was a jerk. He took me all the way to the church. I didn't really like the man, thought he was a really bad man. I didn't like the Merc was a jerk. Truncheon! I found a Truncheon, boys! Alright, stopwatch, clear, poison daggers ready. Let's pre-curse him so we don't have to worry about doing that in the middle. I don't even know if that hit him or not, but hopefully it did. Let's take the Poison Nova off because I don't want to accidentally hit that. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Beanie, deenie, 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 deenie. 20 seconds exactly. 20 seconds exactly. Alright, and I feel like we need to redo the test with the minions because things have changed, variables have changed. So let's redo the test with the minions. We don't have to redo the minions only test because the minions only test didn't involve me. And the attack rating, my attack rating had nothing to do with that. So let's redo the minions and me test.
Stay a while and listen.
But 20 seconds is a terrible number. So if you guys don't quite understand what just happened there, what we proved in a nutshell, even with the numbers that are not quite accurate, is that the minions plus me was exactly the same speed as me alone. So the minions added absolutely nothing to the kill speed of Diablo. As of right now, the minions added absolutely nothing to the kill speed of Diablo. That's absolutely terrible. So that basically means that the poison Necromancer is better off without minions at all. Either that, or you'd be better off using Amplify Damage to increase the damage of your minions, because the damage of the minions is the only thing that seems to be getting through. But we're going to test this. We're going to test it. So I'm going to go grab my army again. And we are going to test. Why do you have Defiance? Because I am basically my survivability has nothing to do with this test. So we're basically just giving ourselves max survivability. That's one of the important things here, is that you don't want something like you having to run away in the middle of the test because you're almost dead or anything like that. You want to make sure that you're testing it the same every single way. So I basically have given the Necromancer a survivability that he wouldn't normally have, so that we don't have to worry about him running away. All right, so there's our army. We have our army. Let's do this. Let's do this test a second time, shall we? Survivability is half of Diablo 2. You're absolutely correct. But you can't gauge how much damage you're dishing out while you're running around, like dodging targets and trying to stay alive. The goal here is to figure out which one is superior. And then once we know which one is superior, in a normal situation, you have a much better chance of being able to figure out why it's working. We're not using mages because we don't want any other elemental damage to interfere with the test. Alright, so let's get this show out of the ruin. There are some cheated characters in the hero editor pack, Jay. Alright. Let's get our aura on him. Alright. Take this off. Alright, so this is again the test of minions plus me. So minions plus me. All right, 1, 2, 3, let's go. "23 seconds is what it looked like to me. 23 seconds. So now we know for sure that it's not just Poison Nova, it's all poison in general. So our numbers, by the way, were minions by themselves, 1 minute and 27 seconds, if I remember correctly. So let me actually write these down. Minions by themselves, 1 minute and 27 seconds. Minions with Poison Dagger was 23 seconds. Me by myself was 20 seconds. Actually, it was more like 19, if I remember correctly. Was 19 seconds. So having minions as a poison necro basically hurts your damage instead of helping it. On top of that, it actually slows down the process of killing monsters instead of speeding it up. This has to do with the Poison Dagger, the Poison Nova, and also the poison damage in general. I'd also like to test out Rabies, because I feel like Rabies might be a separate entity. I don't know 100% for sure whether Rabies is a separate entity, but I'd like to give it a try. I'm going to open up a notepad. I'm actually going to write these down here. So, Necromancer, Poison Dagger, 1 minute, 27 seconds, Army Only, 23 seconds, me plus Army, and 19 seconds, me only. So what this means for you guys out there who might be playing a poison damage character, by the way, what this basically means is that your army is essentially holding you back. So if you're going to be a Rabies Druid, if you're going to be a Poison Necromancer, you probably want to not have an army, because your army is actually going to prevent your poison damage from actually hitting the target properly. I do have a character mostly already set up. He does need a little bit of a tweaks for this test, but he is actually mostly already set up for this. So give me just a second. We're gonna just add some tweaks to him so that he does have the correct variables, and hopefully that will fix what we need it to. Here we go. His name is the Rabid Wolfpack. Rabid Wolfpack was set up specifically for PV, for like an army style situation. So his entire goal was basically to be an army, you know, kind of a character with Rabies. That was the goal of him. He was a theory crafted character that I made that never really quite worked out very well. And the reason why he never really quite worked out very well was apparently because Poison and the army were basically conflicting with each other. So every time my army was hitting a target, my Rabies wasn't doing any damage, or at least that's what I'm hoping to prove. So let's go through the process of trying to prove this, shall we? So what we definitely need, again, just like with the other character, is we can't be missing. So let's just go ahead and add in a large amount of attack rating to make sure that we are not missing any attacks. We want to take out as many variables as possible. This is the purpose of this. We're trying to take out variables. We don't want like a large number of variables to come into play and be like, oh, okay, well he missed like 10 times on this test, but he didn't miss at all on this test. You know, we want to make sure that he's got basically the same numbers for all the tests so that we're getting as close together as humanly possible. All right. Attack rating, we're going to give him a whole bunch of attack rating because why not? It's just Rabies. We're not really too worried about it. All he needs to do is actually hit the targets, and once he taps the target and the target has been hit, you know, that's pretty much it. Oh, he hit the target. All right, now we've got our attack, right? So let's see, more attack rating. Let's add as much attack rating as we can. Let's also give him teleport just so we can make this test a little bit easier on us in general. Same thing as last time, so we're just gonna throw teleport in to the list. Skills, non-class skill, teleport, save. And again, we also don't want him dying, so let's just go ahead and give him Defiance. There's absolutely no reason why he survivability needs to come into play on this. All survivability is going to do is it's going to ruin the test. So let's just give him Defiance. Save. And you know what? Let's also give him Salvation, because Salvation also has nothing to do. Resistances also have nothing to do with this test. So that way all him and his minions will have maximum resistance, and we don't have to worry about the wolvies dying over and over again, because that would definitely not be something that would help out our test. We need them to stay alive. We need the wolves to stay alive. All right, so he's got level 31 Salvation. He's got level 31 Defiance. So we're definitely going to be able to apply our rabies correctly. I'd also like to give him a little bit more skills here. Let me see here. Let's give him some more skill points. So let's just go ahead and edit in 7 on his torch and 7 on the all skills. There we go, and then save, and I think that should be good enough. We shouldn't have to change any variables except for unsummoning our army. Actually, you know what? One more thing I can do just for survivability reasons, because we had this issue with the Necromancer. I was just thinking, we can very quickly just give him a whole bunch of health. That way we don't have to worry about him dying. Let's just give him a massive amount of health. Doesn't really matter. We'll just cap it out. I think it's like 8,000. Yeah, 8,000 is the cap. None of this has anything to do with the test, so we're not like worried about that part at all. We'll play with it. All right, let me copy him over, and then we're gonna hop in and we're gonna take a look at him. I am curious about rabies, because I know for a fact that rabies actually functions differently than regular poison. And I'm really, really curious about this one, because I feel like if any poison has the ability to avoid whatever this bug is, it's probably the rabies, because it calculates differently than normal damage. But I don't know that for 100% fact, and so I want to test it. Alright, so we've got our little character here. It looks like he's mostly set up correctly. He's got Death's Web, which is the correct item for him. He's also got Summoning Charms. Let's go ahead and put his Summoning Charms in here. Did I even copy him over? I didn't copy him over, did I? No, I didn't. I am a big old dummy. Get your little butt in there. Get it. Get in there. Let's try that again. I may have accidentally copied the wrong one. Maybe I did it backwards. I might have just messed up everything I did. Let's double check here. Oh, no, I got it right. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're good. Oh, well, Death's Web is the one that has that huge negative enemy poison resistance on it, which is what I was thinking about using for this particular setup. Let me go ahead and get my stats correct here. It really doesn't matter, does it? Just go ahead and... I got so much life, I might as well just dump everything into dexterity. More attack rating definitely doesn't hurt. All right, so there's my Death's Web. I've got skill points to put in here. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our maxed out. We actually don't have enough points to max out everything, do we? How many more points do we need to max out everything so that this test is more complete? I need 1... about 20 more points. I need about 20 more points. Hold on. Let me add in a little bit more points than what I would normally have, because I want to be able to do this test in one go. I don't want to have to respec the character every single time. I want all the variables to stay the same, because if they don't stay the same, it's not going to be very useful. So let me just really quickly, I'm just going to open his file back up, and I'm going to add in I'm just going to add in more skill points so that he has enough to max out all three or all the skills across the board, so that we're dealing with the correct formula here. Hold on. So what would it be? It would be, he normally has 111, so we need at least, let's just do 140. That should be enough. 140 skill points. Let's save that. No character in the game has 140 skill points, by the way. That's not possible. It caps out much lower than that. Replace. All right. Well, we're testing multiple aspects of the poison damage. We want to make sure that the poison damage isn't being interfered with by the minions. Only Rabies Druid has 140 points. Only Rabies Druid? Really, Zelander? Only Rabies. Alright. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. Mala, heal me. Heal me, Mala. I am the Priestess Akara. Alright, here we go. Max Ravens, Max Wolves, Max Grizzly, Max Rabies. We still got 36 points left. Max Creeper, there we go. And then let's go ahead and grab the werewolf form so we're a little bit faster. Alright, werewolf. My life says 24,755, but it says that it's empty. Am I going to die as soon as something touches me? Is it bugged? It might be bugged. It could be bugged. I don't know. Let's do a double check by letting a monster bonk on us one time out here and see if we just instantly fall down. No, okay. It may not actually show any HP in the orb, but we're not bugged, so it looks like we're safe. Old cheating bug, chillax. Oh my god, no! Okay, rabies. Why is my attack rating so low? My attack rating should be higher. It makes me want to put 1 point into my my Mortal Wolverine for more attack rating. Let's see here. It's because that weapon doesn't have any attack rating on it, does it? Oh yeah, we got fanaticism on this weapon. Let's I'm trying to decide whether I want to use the beast or whether I want to use the negative 50 enemy poison resistance. A slower time might make it easier to see if there's a difference, whereas the faster the poison is, it could potentially not show as much of a difference because they'd be closer together. You give a gold coin to the first dev who gives us more inventory space so we can equip 10 skillers. 10 skillers, my boys, yes. My mercenary is just like got nothing on.
I can't carry anymore.
He's got a treachery. I don't want to use that because the treachery is going to interfere with the test. That's definitely not what I want. Alright, controls. Okay, ZX.
Not in town.
Alright. F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7. Alright, let's get our full army going. Actually, I kind of want him to die, to be honest with you. Can I unsummon the Merc? I don't even know. Can I? I've never tried that before. Hey Merc, come here. Come here, let me click on you, Merc. Where are you at? Oh, mercenary. There you are. No, no, no. Stop. Don't. No. Not the Oak Sage. Not the Oak Sage. Anything but the Oak Sage. Will you come over here so I can unsummon you? I can't unsummon him. It doesn't work. And he has so much life, he's not dying. He's literally surviving with no equipment. It's amazing. Huh. Did I miss somebody? Missed a seal. Alright, I don't want the Merc as part of this test, so we're gonna get rid of him. Hold on a second. Shouldn't be very difficult to do, considering he's gonna die as soon as anything touches him. I'm not gonna use Diablo though, because I don't want him to even damage Diablo a little bit and ruin the validity of the test. So let's take him down here to die. I'm sorry, Hazade. Please forgive. Much forgiveness. Please do. Please forgive. And he is just tanking over there. Like, I feel bad now because he's like really struggling. But he's doing such a good job struggling too. Like, all right. I'm sorry, man. I'll pick you back up later or something. We'll get some drinks. All right, let's get the army up. Alright, so this first test is going to be the entire army versus Diablo by themselves, no rabies involved. This is going to be our baseline, alright? So we're going to baseline it, and we're going to see what happens, alright? Dang, okay, that was a little fast. 12 seconds. 12 seconds for just the army. Wow. That was way more impressive than the Necromancer army. Am I sure I'm in hell difficulty? Like, geez, that was fast. It could be because I have level 54 minions here. That's well, you know what? That's our test. So our test is our test. Hey, you got a Burrunchi on? Congratulations, sir. I see you're very excited about it, too. Excited enough to curse. I have a feeling we've got to bring a little bit of the plus to skills out of this equation because they might be a little bit too high. Level 54 might be too high. I mean, if we take away this, that will bring them down to level 45, which is more realistic. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's not take away this. Take away these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so now they're level 47. I think that's more realistic. They're doing a little bit too much damage, my friends. A little bit too much. Alright. Prepare to die. My name is Enoya Montoya Montoya Matantontoya Tento Tanteo. I kind of wish there was like just like a little sandbox where I could just kill Diablo, not have to worry about having to hunt him down or anything. Actually, you know what I could do, and this just occurred to me because I'm being silly here for some reason. I could very easily just simply increase the difficulty. If they're killing Diablo too fast, then let's increase the difficulty. That's also an option. So let's bring the player count up to... we'll bring it up to 5. Come on, Lord Daces. I know you're immune to everything. Come here. Players 5 are a little bit tougher. Oh, well, thank you, Wicked Plumber. I appreciate the, holy crap, 10 memberships. Holy Jesus! Oh, congratulations, Eric. Congratulations, Game Jinx, Dabama, Gabe, Chad, Biscuits and Gravy, Keith, Wayne Pole, Summer Fox, and Aaron Ditzler. Congratulations, boys. You guys got some emotes. Let me see them Chonchula emotes. Let me see them Chonchula emotes. Breaking my wand. You little rudes. You little heckin' rudes breaking my wand. Freaking 10 memberships. 11 memberships, really, because he gave himself a membership, too. Impressive. If only we could have like what's that? What is those things on Twitch? You got like a little train, on the little trains. All right, let's get this test finished. So summon the ravens, refresh the wolves, refresh everything. Make sure we got our doojanks. All right, so this is players 5 Diablo, not players 1 Diablo. He should last a little bit longer. Let's do this test. I'll try my best to resummon as needed. Trying to pay attention to their life. I feel like they're not doing too bad. I mean, 31 seconds so far. They're definitely faster than the Necromancer army. 39 seconds. 39 seconds. So we're looking at 39 seconds with a Rabies Druid army. Okay, so Druid Rabies. Army only 39 seconds. All right. Now let's repeat this test with me in the equation, and then we're going to repeat it once more with only me, and we're going to see what our numbers add up to be. Oh, the Druid army has been buffed up a lot, Red Elf Shot, but that's not what we're testing. We're not testing the Druid army. You can very easily obtain level 47 army. That's something that's easily obtainable. All you have to do is put tons of skillers on, all the plus skill equipment that you could possibly get, everything that you can possibly do to beef up your army. You can also go even further than me. You can get things like fanaticism. You can do might. You can give them defiance, which I am giving them defiance. There are many different ways you can beef up the army so that they can be more powerful. Alright, let me repair my wand. Let me repair my wand.
What do you need?
Halboo, can you repair this skull on a stick? Why, certainly. I can repair any skull on a stick. So far, it seems to be poison damage across the board. We also tested Poison Dagger earlier, and Poison Dagger numbers were very clear that that it was in fact affecting the Poison Dagger. So these are the numbers that we currently have so far for the Necromancer. So it was 1 minute and 27 seconds for the army only, 23 seconds for me plus the army, and 19 seconds for me only. So basically, my damage alone was more than the army plus me because the army was interfering with the poison. The army itself took 1 minute and 27 seconds to kill Diablo, and I think it proves conclusively that same thing that Skull proved, which is that the army is interfering with the poison damage. And so what we're trying to figure out here is whether the army, rather, or the pack, essentially, is also interfering with the rabies damage. So we're gonna be testing that here. We only have the baseline so far for the druid, so we have his army only number. So army only, which is our baseline, is 39. And we're gonna get his army plus rabies right now. Skulm, I believe. I can never pronounce it right because it's in all capitals and it screws with my brain. There's a link to it in the description of the video. If you check down the description of the video, you'll find a link to his video. I talked to him yesterday about this and asked him for permission to kind of springboard off of his work. So in a nutshell, let me pause this. So in a nutshell, what's going on is that whenever poison damage is going to be applied, like if you have a frame, 1 out of 25 frames, and 1 frame equals 1/25 of a second, so 25 frames equals a second, every single frame that poison damage is being applied, if any other damage source from what we have seen, if any other damage source is applied during that frame, the poison damage does not get applied. So essentially the poison damage is just getting kicked to the curb, essentially, anytime any other damage source is applied to the target, which means that other damage sources, unless they are absolutely amazing, are decreasing your overall damage because they are interfering with your poison. And so we're testing other things. We're testing, things like things like rabies. We're testing things like poison dagger, because Skull only tested poison nova, and I want to see if it's all poison damage or if it's just poison nova. I have a feeling it's all poison damage at all. But rabies is rather unique in the way that it calculates, and so I want to see if rabies is part of this or not, or whether rabies is immune to what is going on. And we're going to find that out here in a minute. Will you click on the seal? Stupid big Venom Lords are in the way. Oh no, they got fanaticism. Leave my army alone! Everything, Bond Villain. Everything. All the rune words, all the items, all the bases, ethereal sets, what if items, everything that I could possibly think of to put in it that was missing from the Kingpin's pack, including all the uniques that were missing and just about everything else. Everything. Everything is the correct way to say it. If I missed anything, I'm sure you guys will let me know, and I will probably get it created and add it to the next pack. All right. So, test number 2. Test number 2 is army plus the druid. Okay, so army plus the druid, not just the druid, but the army plus the druid. All right, so we're gonna try this and see how this works out with the army plus the druid. What is my attack rating? 59,770, so I shouldn't have any problem hitting the target. Let me refresh all of my minions before we start. Full minion pack. We are ready to go. I'm going to teleport on top of Diablo, and as soon as I teleport on top of Diablo, I'm going to start the timer. All right, so let me... 38 seconds. I want to say that was 38 seconds. It might have been 39 seconds, but it was pretty close between 38 and 39. We could probably round it up to 39. It was right there on the edge. So army plus druid rabies, 39 seconds. So you would assume that adding poison damage into the equation would speed things up from the same exact scenario as the army by themselves. So the army by themselves is 39 seconds, and the army plus the druid was like 38, 39. It was right in between. Maybe you guys want to go back on the videotapes and tell me like the exact second Diablo dropped, but it was 1 second. Like it's a variable of like 1 second. It's between like 37 and 39 seconds. So at the very bare minimum, Rabies was providing with us 1 extra second on the kill time, which is absolutely insane since our Rabies does 54,000 damage. 54,000 damage bought us 1 extra second on the kill time for Diablo. So I think we can confirm just with this that Rabies is not applying its damage correctly with the army. All right, so the last test is Rabies by itself, and I have no clue what that one is going to be, but we're going to try it. Rabies Only. And we're going to check Rabies Only. So that's our next run here. Let's do Rabies Only. I didn't mean to click on that. All right, let's go ahead and grab our army for right now just to speed up the seal popping. It helps the seal popping go faster. A villain. Where's the villains? Villains. And again, Wicked Plumber, man, really thank you for the donations. I really appreciate that. Means a whole lot to me. I love seeing crazy stuff like that pop up in chat. I kind of wish they would put like some silly things in there you could buy for like a penny, just so people could like rain emotes. Just be like, here's a frog eating another frog. 1 penny. I'm like, yes. What am I doing? I'm getting distracted. Did I kill Grand Visor? Yes, I did. Okay. Moving on. Why are you running away, Lord Deceased? No, come back. I want to bite you. I want to bite it, bite it. Yes, I want to bite it, bite it. Come here. Let me bite it. And I want to bite it, bite it. Want to bite it, bite it. Yes, I want to bite it, bite it. $38 seconds? Alright, we'll write down 38 seconds. So we gained 1 second from using 54,000 damage rabies. 1 second from using 54,000 damage rabies on Diablo, in addition in addition to our normal damage. Or to our army damage. Does that really seem worth it to you guys? Does that seem like that should be that way? That literally combining the entire force of your army on top of a target, and then also applying 54,000 poison damage to the target, that it should only buy you 1 second between the army and the not army? I mean, with this test, this part of the test completely ignored. What we have proven is that the army does not help at all with poison damage. Now, the army might have been carrying us, for all I know. So this test may very well prove that the army was carrying us and rabies is absolutely useless. But we're about to find out. So let me go ahead and desummon my army. Army desummoned. Let's go ahead and summon the Oak Sage, and then we're also going to summon the Poison Creeper, because a Rabies Druid uses the Poison Creeper. And Poison Creeper does, as far as I know, stack with Rabies. So we're using the Poison Creeper, the Oak Sage, and myself, and we're going to time this, so we're going to see how long it takes. Alright, so let's clear this. And, you know, let's grab some potions off the ground, just so I don't die and you guys laugh at me. They're all gonna laugh at me. They're all gonna laugh at me. Alright, start the timer. Somehow I feel like Rabies isn't going to do as well as Poison Dagger. I feel like Rabies isn't going to do as well as Poison Dagger. It already looks like it's not doing so well. Rabies by itself is taking forever to kill the target. And I think we've basically proved that the army is better than the Rabies. And it doesn't even matter that I'm getting cold damaged, because literally he's still poisoned. Like, I could probably just walk away and just let him be poisoned. Could just dodge back and forth. How about that? This is pretty much embarrassing at this point, because it's going to take probably like 2 or 3 minutes to kill him at the rate that he's dying. It's already been 1 minute and 10 seconds, and it's probably going to take another 1 minute and 10 seconds, if not more, to finish him off. I mean, all I'm doing is poison damage to him, so I could literally just wait until he turns white. I could just run around and wait until he turns white. And I think that was like 2 minutes and 42 seconds. I think it was about 2 minutes and 42 seconds. It was pretty awful. It was pretty dirt awful. Yeah. I mean, all this pretty much proves to me is that Rabies isn't really that good at all for single targets. It also proves to me that the army is interfering with the damage. So from this test, we can take this. All right, so 2 minutes and 42 seconds. So we have to divide this number. If I'm remembering my math correctly, to get an idea of how much damage Rabies should have done, we can divide 2 minutes and 42 seconds and figure it out. Okay, so 39 seconds was how long it took the army to kill Diablo. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Let's see here. Divided by 60 is 4.03. 39 divided by 60 is 0.65. So we're looking at 4.03 divided by 0.65. This is complicated math. 6.2 times longer. So it took us 6.2 times longer to kill Diablo with Rabies. And this gives us an idea of how much damage we were supposedly dishing out. So we should have been dishing out essentially little over 1/6. It's kind of hard to get an exact number, but we should have been dealing out a little bit over 1/6 of the damage of the army. And if we multiply 39 times 0.65, we get 25.35. Yep, 25.35. So 39 minus 25.35 is 13.65 seconds. So according to the calculations, the numbers that we got, Rabies should have taken 13.65 seconds off of the time that it took to kill Diablo with the army. Okay? So when we killed him with the army only and it took 39 seconds, that was the correct value. However, when we killed him with the army plus Rabies, Rabies should have done 0.65%, basically, or 0.65 of the total time that it took to kill Diablo with the army, which was the equivalent of about 13 seconds. So we should have lost, or rather sped up by 13.65 seconds when we added in Rabies, and we didn't. So Rabies is essentially applying no damage to Diablo while the army is hitting him. So if the army is hitting Diablo's at any point, if he is being hit by a massive number of monsters, it is almost completely negating the Rabies as well. So it might as well have not even been there. I'd like to do one more test with Venom. Venom is an odd one, and I don't know if... because Venom also applies differently. Venom is a... I'm trying to think how I can test Venom, though. How can I test Venom? I could probably use the Necromancer. I could use the Necromancer. I could take Poison Dagger off, because we don't want to have Poison Dagger in the equation, which means I need to beef up his attack rating somehow. So he's gonna need more attack rating for this test. I think the Necromancer is the best bet. I don't see any other choice, really. I mean, the Assassin doesn't have an army, so I can't really test it with her. And you have to imagine that while this would not affect a character in single player, like if you're a Venom assassin, it's not going to affect you as much in single player because there's not a lot of other players involved. But when you play with other players as a poison damage character, you're essentially doing no damage. Because every single time a sorceress uses a spell, a paladin uses zeal, you know, you have your barbarian whirlwinding through stuff. Every single time a monster is hit by any damage, your poison damage is essentially being negated during that time frame that the monster is being hit by another person, which is kind of broken. Yeah, Venom actually adds to Poison Dagger. You're absolutely correct. That's one of the reasons why my Poison Bomb character is utilizing the Treachery. That's why he has Treachery on. And Treachery very well might be the right way to go about this. We could put Treachery on. Actually, I don't want to change the variables too much. Instead of Treachery, what we could do is cast it on ourselves, which I do believe doesn't it's Andariel's Visage. Doesn't Andariel's Visage have it on there? It's only level 3 though. It's not really high enough. What's the other weapon? It doesn't really matter. You know what? I'm just gonna edit it in. Because that's what we've been doing this entire time. Literally we've been playing around with this all day. I'm just gonna edit in Venom for myself. Why not? Oh, we're gonna edit in the Venom, yay! Oh, we're gonna edit in the Venom now. Oh, we're gonna edit in all the Venom and the hen, and we're gonna edit in the Venom now. Freaking Cody over here has got like a monster bone. Evil bone of boniness. Trangalangs. Where are you, Trangs? Good old Trangul set. Alright, let's just add it in as a cast so we can cast it on ourselves. That way we don't have to worry about whether it's going to work or not. We'll just go into the magic properties. And, well, that was not what I meant to do. We're just going to go into the magic properties and add it. It's super easy. I'm just going to add a charge, essentially, of Venom. The only question that I got for you guys is what level Venom should I put on there? Do you think I should put a higher level Venom to really get a good test, or does it really matter what level Venom I put? Because I can probably put all the way up to like level 63 Venom if I wanted to. I don't really know if it has much effect on how it works. I mean, another thing that we could do, which is I could just match up to Treachery, which is level 15. Treachery is level 15, and I mean that's probably the level most people are going to use anyway, right? I think we'll just do 15. I feel like 15 is a good level. It's the same level as Treachery. It's the same level that most people use. So can't you stab a monster and wait till they die after 5 seconds? Yeah, you can. Yeah, Grief I think also has like level 15, right? So I think that's a good level 15. We also need some more attack rating on this character for this test, so might as well add in another aura. Let's add in Blessed Aim into the equation. Who doesn't like Blessed Aim? Max level Blessed Aim. Because if we can't hit anything, well, it doesn't really work very well for the test. Bliss, Bliss, Bliss. Where are you, Bliss? Blessed Aim, level 31. Hopefully that'll take care of all of our attack rating issues. Because I would also like to test this with no poison dagger. I want to test just poison, and I want to test just the what's it called? I want to test just the venom as well, without the poison dagger. So we're going to test both. Where is my poison dagger? I'm just going to stack on some more poison damage while I'm at it. I don't see any reason why not. I'm going to stack it on a couple different items. The more poison damage we have for this test, I feel like, the better, just in general. So I definitely want to have as much poison damage as I can. To the point of absurdity. Oh, I need all the poison damage, yay. Oh, give me all the poison damage, yay. I will take all the damage, all the poison damage. Give me all of the poison damage, okay. I will take all the poison damage that you've got. Give me all the poison damage that you got. I'll take everything, all the poison damage that you, all the poison damage that you got. Alright, he's set up. We should be able to test this now with Venom. I'm just copying the file over, and we are good to go. And we can start doing the Venom tests. I am curious about Venom because of the way that Venom applies differently than regular poison, just the same way that Rabies applied differently than regular poison. Unfortunately, Rabies just really was quite disappointing on its own, wasn't it? Alright, Trang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Trang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-langa, Trang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-langa, Trang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Alright, full inventory of poison. There we go. As much poison as could possibly be gotten. We have 69,694 attack rating with no attack skill whatsoever. Do you guys want to test Venom plus Poison Dagger first? Or do you guys want to test just Venom by itself? Or do you want to test Venom and... Or poison by itself, just like regular poison damage with no venom or no poison dagger involved. Because I'm kind of interested in both. I need to set this character. See, he's already set up. It looks good. Make sure I got my hotkeys. Because of course they got taken away in a transfer. Get my teleport in there. If I put on Poison Dagger, I'm sure my AR goes up to like 124,000. Regular poison by itself first. Okay, I hear one for regular poison by itself. So let's test that first, shall we? Sounds like fun. Sounds like lots of fun. Just do one hit and see if the poison kills the monster over time. I'm not sure what my overtime number is. I have 4 seconds on these charms, and then it's 20 seconds on the dagger. 20 seconds on the helmet. 20 seconds on the amulet. It probably is like somewhere in between because it's got to add up all the numbers, I'm sure. What's up, buddy? What the matter? Is your bone not tasty? You don't got the tasty bone? You don't got a tasty bone? Like the tasty bone. Got the tasty bone. Got the tasty bone. What do you want, Mr. Doggo? I see you there, Mr. Dog. I'm not... I can see you, dog. That's the Mr. Dog. That's the good Mr. Dog. Mr. Monster Dog. He said, I'm not Monster Dog. You's a Monster Dog. Would you like to say hello to everybody? Is that what you want to do? Or do you got to go tinkle pinkle? Do you got to go tinkle? I think he's got to go pee-pees. The doggy's got to go pee-pees. Well, come here and say hello. No, what are you doing hiding for? Come on, what are you, camera shy? Come up here, look. Say hello. Say, there's the camera right there. Say cheese. Say cheese. He said, what? I like cheese. Oh yeah, before we spawn Diablo, let's lower this player count a little bit because I feel like we don't need the players 5 player count here. If you guys are unaware of this, this is a really interesting thing to remember, is that Diablo's player count is not decided until you click the last seal, or rather kill the last monster. And I think I might have just invalidated the test because I didn't change it quick enough. Alright, regular dagger. We have our army. We're missing 1 skeleton. Hold on. Let me refresh a couple skeletons just in case they're low on hit points. Alright, let's teleport, telestomp, and then start stabbing. I want to say that was 19 seconds. I want to say it was 19. So let's write this down. Necro. Dagger. Non-poison dagger. So no poison dagger involved. We already did poison. Poison Nova was already tested by Skullum. and it was pretty conclusive that the army interfered heavily with Poison Nova. So that was already tested, so we're not testing that. So army plus regular poison. That's what we'll call it. Regular poison was 19 seconds. All right. Which doesn't bode well because I believe when I tested it by myself before, it was less than that. Let me make sure it's on players 1. All right. So now we're going to be testing it, me by myself, no skellies. No skellies, no golem, no nothing. I mean, I can always desummon them, but... let's grab the golem at least. It'll make things a little bit easier. Alright, desummon the golem. So this is me by myself. The only thing I've got is lore resistance with me stabbing him with a stabbing device. Alright? Stabbo. We're doing tests, Lonnie. We're testing things like kill speed with specific army configurations and things like that. This will pretty much tell you everything that you need to know right there. That is the current times for specific builds, basically utilizing the same exact setup on all characters. Necromancer Poison Dagger was 127 for the army only, 23 for me plus from the army, and 19 with me only. So what that showed was that the army was essentially interfering with the poison damage from the dagger. So what we're testing essentially is how poison damage is interacting with different types of poison damage, different types of effects, and so forth and so on. So you just hang in there. Right now we're testing poison by itself, no special skills. So no poison dagger, no venom, no rabies, etc. All right. So this is Diablo by himself. And this one might be a little bit difficult because I gotta hold on, let me precurse. Let me get some precurse in there. Alright, I'm gonna teleport in and then start the timer here. Hold on. I want to say that was 21 seconds. I could be wrong. I was trying to go back and forth. I'm pretty sure that was 21 seconds by myself. So, by myself, 21 seconds. So the army added an additional, what, 3 seconds? 2 seconds? 20, 19, 18, 19 to 20, 20 to 21. So yeah, 2 seconds. So the army added an additional 2 seconds onto the equation. And I think I might have actually like flibbed up right there at the beginning because I didn't hit him with a dagger right off the start. So I'm going to say the army added nothing. Like, I feel like the army added absolutely nothing more than what my poison damage was actually doing already. So my poison damage literally beat the army by itself. Hold on a second. I'm going to let Cody downstairs real quick because I'm pretty sure he has to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we're going to do the next part of the test, which is Venom. So we're going to test out Venom. Alrighty. Fire Golem would probably be better with poison if you're going to use lower resistance, yeah. But... Sorry, let me catch my breath. But the additional ticks of fire damage may interfere with the poison, especially since it's hitting everything on the screen. For all we know, every single time the Fire Golem procs his AoE effect, he could be preventing the poison from ticking. And since Holy Fire procs 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That means that the fire golem could potentially be interrupting thousands upon thousands of damage every single time he ticks. I ran up and down the stairs. Ran up and down the stairs. Okay, so the next test is Venom. So we're gonna try Venom. I really want to see this one. I'm actually kind of excited about this one because I have no clue how this one's gonna go. I do think there's a little bit of an issue with the Venom test, and it has to do with increased attack speed and how fast we hit. So let me put a Shale Rune. I want to put a Shale Rune in the weapon so it hits faster. Let me see how fast that is. Let me do a quick speed check on my dagger, my daggerage. That's not bad daggerage, okay? That's not bad daggerage at all. That's pretty good daggerage. You got tempt ban by probably a bot. You probably got a timeout from a bot, Jacob. I have bots in here which automatically will hold comments which might potentially be unwarranted. And a lot of the times they do it on stuff that may not necessarily be that amazing. The Nightbot specifically is kind of set up to catch certain things. And of course, Kyle also may hide specific comments. I don't know. I don't see anything hidden by Kyle. Message retracted. No. Well, that one's not good. Well, don't worry, I didn't moderate you. In fact, you know what? As an apology, because I can't even find the message. As an apology, here is moderator for the day. How about that? Now you can be the person who's the butthole. See, I've flipped the tables on you, Jacob. See, you feel like someone was a butthole to you, but now I've given you the power to be a butthole to others, and you will have to have great responsibility that goes along with your great power. Yes. With great power comes great responsibility. And buttholishness.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, so what are we testing? We're testing Venom. That's right, we're testing Venom. Venom. It's a Venom. Sorry, I got that song stuck in my head. Isn't that the one on the frickin' the new Venom movie? Trust me, while I'm in the middle of what I'm doing, half the time I don't even know you exist in chat. I'm trying my best to like multi-manage 8 different things, and I'm sure there's some sort of joke in there by a girl about like guys not being able to multitask, but whatever. See, guys can't multitask. See, he can't pay attention to the game, the OBS, the chat, the timer, the dog, all at the same time, and play the game. You see, he can't do none of that. It's not, no, he can't do it, no, can't do it. All right. betrayed us all. A mighty dagger. I have no armor. Nothing! Damn it, they're immune to poison. I can't even get there. No! I will die trying. My dying breath. You will not defeat me, you evil demons. For I am the greatest of all necromancers, yes. The greatest of all necromants. The power of necromancy is upon you. Little did you know you were dealing with the king of naked mancers. The king among kings. The nakedest of mancers. He who wears nothing. Nothing except the goodness in his heart. The nakedest of mancers, he's gonna get you, coming down at you with the naked mancer king now, gonna go down all the way to town. Mr. Naked Mancer, he's got to work now. Naked Mancer. Get out of my way. You. Get out of my way. Can't tell me what to do. Cause he's a naked mancer coming down at you. Got the naked mancer going back to town. Ooh. He's a naked mancer, the bottom bouncer, gonna get down and run to the cancer. Suckers!
What do you need?
Naked Mancer's gonna get his body back, boys! Naked Mancer doesn't care what you wanna do. Naked Mancer only cares about his hair, too. Have some of that. What are you thinking of that? Nope, nope, nope. Nobody, nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope.
Not enough mana.
Nope. 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 I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to get my body back from Infector of Souls. The Soul Infector one! I have an idea. Hold on. My Naked Mancer skills are not so rusty. They are not so rusty as you would have me believe. My Naked Mancer is so great, he's going to take you on a date. He looks real fly in his nothing. He might wear underwear for a modesty just to cover his hair, but that's okay. That's okay. I forgot some mana potions. I forgot my mana potions, so I couldn't summon anything. Get out of here, healing potions. Who needs you? I am the Naked Mancer. You always wanted to go on a date with a naked old man? Why not, Randy Christensen? Why not? All that wrinkly, flabby flesh. Who doesn't like wrinkly, flabby flesh?
I need mana.
The singing helps. You like your naked, flabby. You like your naked, flabby men to sing? Ah, see, there's the ticket, my boys. Your naked, flabbed man has to sing. Sing for me As you flap your skin, your naked skin, your big old nasty wrinkly skin. Oh, sing for me as you sing around. You can make sure that you've got a key to the town.
I need mana.
Go to work, army. I need my body back. I need my body back, body back, body back, body back. I need my body back, body back, body back, body back. Diablo's body bag blues, barbecue sauce. My body. I'm overburdened. What am I overburdened with? Okay. Venom test numero 10. I gotta refresh the army because they were summoned at a lower level. They need to be summoned at the correct level. And I have no clue how many summons I need to make before I get them all refreshed. Just give me a minute. Some corpses. Here we go. This should be plenty. I just need to make sure all the corpses have been refreshed, or the skeletons have been refreshed before I start this. We need to cast our Venom on ourselves. There it is right there. Alright, Venom has been cast on ourselves, so we are good to go. We could confirm that by removing an item, and our weapon should be green. It is green. So we are Venomized. Let's go ahead and put our little doojank on there. Pull up our timer. Precast our poison. Oh, he killed one of my skeletons, you little punk. Alright, attacking! Starts. He's definitely green. Ooh, that was really fast. That was Dagger plus Venom, by the way. I forgot to take Dagger off, so Dagger plus Venom. So let's make a new category. Dagger plus Venom. Army plus me. And honestly, I'd have to go back on the tapes to see that one. It was really fast. It was like, I want to say it was 14 seconds. It was like, it was really fast. Very, 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 very fast. 14 seconds seems kind of ridiculous. Let's test just me. So let's flip this around and let's test just me. Let's clear that. If somebody could go back on the tapes real quick and just verify for me, because I was like looking back and forth and I didn't quite see exactly, but it looked like 14 seconds to me. It might have been 13, for all I know. But we're splitting hairs at that point. Your controller died, Tomac. Oh, no. Just before 14, so like what, 13.95 or something. Like it was like just shy. I'll do 13.9 or something. 13.9 sounds about right. Or 13.5. Yes, let's split. Let's just split it. That sounds better. We'll just split it.
Impossible.
All right, let's go set this up for the next one. So this is going to be just me, no army, and we're going to test and see how quick the Venom does without the army. And then we're going to test Venom without the Poison Dagger, because I don't know if the Poison Dagger is messing up the Venom, because I definitely want to test Venom by itself. I know a lot of you guys are like assassins or characters that like to use Venom in conjunction with something else. So I'll definitely test that by itself. That'll be the last test we do. I just forgot on this one. It was my bad. I didn't mean to put Poison Dagger in there. But I guess it's probably a good test to test Poison Dagger with Venom. Not quite sure what you're asking, Lonnie. Skeletons are skill level based, yes. Skeleton and skeleton masteries are the two things that affect them the most. I think they also get affected a little bit by difficulty setting as well. But when you're in hell difficulty, it doesn't matter because they're going to be the same no matter what what's going on. Alright, so let's unsummon the army and let's get this done. Okay, so this is going to be Poison Dagger plus Venom, me only. So that's what we're currently testing. Poison Dagger plus Venom, me only. Let me make sure I cast Venom on myself. Let me verify by checking that my dagger is indeed green. It is indeed green. Let me go ahead and precast our lower res on Diablo. Hopefully that hit him. Alright, start. I want to say it was 14 seconds again. So me only. It looked like 14 seconds, or it might have even been 13.5. 14 seconds. So I think we've conclusively proved that the army is also interfering with Venom when used in conjunction with the dagger. So the last test that we need to do is we need to figure out whether Venom is interfering with Venom itself. So no skill involved, no Rabies, no Poison Dagger, just Venom by itself basically, and other poison damage. So we're gonna be rocking our regular poison damage, but we're not gonna be rocking the dagger. We're gonna take that off. And then, so we've got 31,000 damage on there. And if we cast Venom on ourselves, it goes to 2,336 to 2,435 per attack. You might be wondering why it brings it down. It's because it compresses all the poison damage into a smaller damage number. So I have to attack more times to get the same effect, but it's still the same amount of damage. I just have to attack a lot more because of the way that Venom works. So the more I attack, the better, which is why I put a Shale Rune in my dagger, because I wanted to make sure that I was attacking quick enough to take advantage of the poison compression, which is kind of what we're doing. Now your car needs a new engine? That freaking sucks, man. Sometimes when you have a car, like a car that keeps failing on you, sometimes it's better just to get a new one. I've been in that situation before. My dad has been in that situation before. Many of us have been in that situation before. And sometimes it's not just the engine. You fix the engine and then it's the water heater, and you fix the water heater and then it's the pump, and you fix the pump and then it needs a new belt, and you fix the belt and then it needs a new headlight, and before you know it, you spent so much money in this car you could have just bought a new one. I mean, if it's a really old vehicle, you might want to consider like the alternative, which is essentially just going with a new car, or a used car, or whatever you can afford, something that's not going to keep costing you tons and tons of money. If it's a newer vehicle, then yeah, maybe go ahead and go ahead with it, because if it's a newer vehicle, it's not going to break down a whole bunch of times down the road. 2006 Dodge Stratus, so that is it's a pretty older car. I mean, we are in 2022, so it sounds like it's been a very good car for a long time, but just like my car, it's a 2007 Toyota Corolla. It's been a very good car for a long time, but it's starting to show its age. I gotcha. I mean, you got to think about it in terms of how much it's going to cost you. Are we talking about like a huge amount of money per, up front? I mean, can you afford to replace this engine? Because if you can afford to replace the engine, and I don't mean like, can you afford it, as in like, is it financially responsible to do so? I just mean like, if you're going to go ahead with it anyway, I don't know. It really just depends on what's available around you. I hate to try and give life advice to somebody that I don't even know anything about your life, so I think I'm just gonna. I don't know your life. I don't know your life, sir. Sounds like you already got yourself a good situation then. If you got a mechanic who's trying to help you out, I mean, sometimes they can go to the junkyard and they can like pick an old car that may have fallen apart for various reasons. Maybe it got into a rear end accident and was totaled, and the engine might still be fine, but you've got to like, somebody's got to go there and actually pull it out of the junkyard car. You're on single player, Daniel. Stop looking at items. All right. Let's make sure we got our army summoned. Let's go clear this lower resistance curse off of us too, because it might kill some of the skeletons. Don't want that interfering with the test. Let me cast Venom on myself just to make sure that I've got it. Okay, double check my weapon to make sure that it is indeed green. It is green. Alright, we should be good to go. So this is going to be the test with the army. I'm missing a skeleton. Why am I missing a skeleton? Because I swapped items, that's why. There we go. Alright, so this is going to be the test with the army, Venom Only. Alright, so Venom Only. Army plus me. Let's see how this rolls. Recast Venom just to be absolutely sure. Dang it. I tried to teleport and it didn't work. So one thing I'm noting from right off the bat is that I'm having trouble actually turning him green, but it is working, I suppose. I can't keep him green. With a 95% hit rate, I'm still missing way too often. Okay, I want to say that was 36 seconds, unless I totally messed that up. 36 seconds. I have a feeling that the poison dagger or the venom is not going to out DPS the army. I think it's because it doesn't apply often enough. 36? Yeah, it was about 36. Okay. All right. Let's do this one more time and let's get the venom by itself. Insert all the random Ford jokes. I can't even keep up. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Found on road dead. Yuck, yuck, yuck. You said you got a Ford. That's a found on road dead. Everybody always got jokes, I swear. Oh, you drive a Fubaru? No, I drive a Subaru. Oh, you drive a Fubaru. Okay. Because that thing is FUBAR. Jokes. Always jokes. Always jokes. You know what I was just thinking? Of course, you guys don't know what I was just thinking, but I was thinking something in my brain. I know I don't have the psychokinetic transceiver yet, so you guys can read my mind. But I was actually thinking this. The Act 2 Mercenary might be the worst choice for a Poison Necromancer or a Poison character in general, because the Act 2 Mercenary hits a lot, and he hits really fast. If you guys have never played around with Jab before, Jab is a really fast attack speed ability. It attacks super duper quick. It's like 3 attacks in quick succession really fast, right? Which means that the Act 2 Mercenary probably disrupts the poison damage more than just about any other mercenary in the game. Probably even more than the Frenzy Merc, because the Frenzy Merc at least has to swing both swords, whereas the Act 2 Mercenary is going like jab, 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 jab. So he's literally hitting like 3 times per attack cycle, whereas the Frenzy Merc is only hitting 2 times per attack cycle. And if you had something like the, I want to say the Mage instead, if you were using the Mage instead, you would be getting very few attacks per cycle, because they would be more focusing their damage on larger hits. It's interesting to consider. I think the Act 2 Mercenary might be one of the worst choices for a poison damage Necromancer. Unless you're going to just, like, micromanage your Merc and keep him away from the enemy. I love how people are just talking about cars in chat now. You guys are great. You guys are so supportive. You guys are supportive as a community. As a community. A ranged Merc might also be a better choice, because they attack a little bit slower than an Act 2 or an Act 5 Merc. Also a good choice. Maybe with a Mist Bow for the concentration, or a Faith Bow for the fanaticism. That could also be a good choice. Did I forget to hit a seal or something? I must have forgot to hit a seal. Alright. Pretty important seal I missed. Alright, let me go ahead and unsummon these guys. We don't want these messing up our test. Oh yeah, by the way, I want to stress the fact that I'm not using revives. So, most of the time, summon Necromancers use revives, which would also add additional interrupts to the poison damage. So the more minions you have, the more interrupts that are occurring, the less the poison damage is ticking. So if I were to add revives into the equation, it would probably get even worse. Let's see here. I need to make sure that I have Venom up before we start this. I do indeed have Venom up. Alright, so cast it 2 more times just because I'm a nervous wreck. Let's pre-curse Diablo. Alright, start, teleport, attack. So it's very interesting. I mean, it does take huge chunks of damage off of him. I mean, you can literally see just these huge chunks of his bar just disappearing. But I am having trouble maintaining hits on him. Like, it seems like, despite the fact that I literally have 69,000 attack rating, I'm still having a little bit of trouble connecting hits, which is causing us to slow down a bit. So that was... God, I wasn't paying attention. Roll back the tapes. Roll back the tapes. Me only. I think it was like 42, I want to say. I wasn't even paying attention to the stupid video. I didn't do... Dag nabbit. Why is it taking so long to show me the live stream? You're so laggy for no reason. Why are you so laggy? I'm gonna close you and reopen you. You're being really laggy. Very laggy for no reason. So very laggy. Let's cast it. Nah. Sorry, I gotta verify this number before we before I get like a continuance. It was very close, and I did miss a lot, unfortunately. So there might have been some variance in there, unfortunately. It's taking so long to load the video. I'm literally streaming the video. Let me load the video. I'm using upload, not download. You fool. Alright, there we go. 7. I'm literally trying to look at my own video, and it's buffering like insanely. Insane buffering. Dear Lord Jesus. Here, let me turn down the quality a little bit here. How's 360p sound? Does that help you? That help you? Can't even get my final number. right, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I've not particularly. I mean, I've seen some of his videos as I've been like trolling around the internet, Jackson, but I know he does a lot of PvP stuff. Okay, it looks like 39 seconds. I want to say like 39 and a half. It was like 39 or 39 and a half seconds. 39.5. I'll put 39.5. That sounds about right. 36? How you get 36? Actually, you know what? It might be 40, almost exactly. I'm gonna, honestly, 39.5 sounds about right. I'm literally looking at the death animation right now, and it definitely is at the 40 mark. Because he casts Nova at 39, and then he dies at 39 and a half. So it's got to be 39. If I answer a question, you'll give me a $50 donation. I am always up for a challenge, sir. Toss it at me. Toss it at me, sir. Toss it at me. Toss it. Toss it at me. All right, so here is our official numbers. Let me see if I can bring this up on stream for you guys. And shink. Here we go. Oh, no, let's not use that one. That's my one for my stopwatch. Okay, so these are the final numbers. So if you guys want to like jot these down, you're more than welcome to. They'll always be here, obviously. But what we're doing here and what we tested conclusively shows that poison in any form is negatively affected by damage that's being done by monsters, by NPCs, by summons, by mercenaries, anything. If you are using any kind of poison damage and anyone else hits the target, it does not matter who, anyone else hits the target, it will interrupt your poison damage and cause it not to work. And I think all the numbers that we've gotten so far have pretty much conclusively proved that any kind of damage is interfering with poison, and it's really sad. Not only does poison not stack onto itself, but poison also doesn't even stack with other physical damage or any other types of effect. It's pretty quite crazy. Yes, Jackson. Give me just a second though. I need to take a quick break. I go to the bathroom, right? And then we'll do your challenge question, Jackson. Okay? Give me just a second. All right, I'm back. Okay, Jackson. Do I get more than one guess? Do I get more than one guess? 30 seconds. There's 70 cows in a field, 28 chickens. How many didn't? What the frickin' hell? I don't even know what the question is. You got me, sir. 28 chickens. I'm just going to add it all up. 70 plus 20 plus 8. Wait. 28 chickens. So 20 times 8. So 80, 160, 170. I don't know. I'm running out of steam here. My quick math is awful. So like 290. I'm just going to say 290 because I have no freaking clue. 290. How about that? 290 cows, chickens, and chickens in a field. You got me with that one. I have no clue. I don't even understand the question. What's the question? How many didn't? How many didn't what? There's no answer. Like, there's no actual question. That's the part that really boggles my mind. There's no actual question. How many didn't? How many didn't what? How many didn't go somewhere? How many didn't poop? How many didn't pee? How many didn't... See, now you have there's 70 cows in a field, 20 of them 8 chickens. Oh, I see. 8 as in the number 8. And it's a trick question because 8 equals 8. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that joke only... I feel like that joke would really only work if you said it. But you also didn't say, well, 28 chickens. I guess I should have read it out loud and said it out loud, and then maybe I would have heard the 28 chickens. 28 chickens. 20 of them 8 chickens. Sally Forth. Sally Forth. Alright, I've had enough testing for today. Let's actually pull up the game and play some, shall we? I've had enough testing. By the way, I'm going to post these results down in the comments. Let me actually copy, and I'm actually going to go into the description. I'm going to add these results in the description for you guys. Final results. Can I do you another solid? Reading terrible jokes is a solid? I didn't know that was a solid. I didn't know that constituted a solid. I've done a lot of solids for people over the years. Let's see here. Okay. So Necromancer, Poison Dagger. Army only, Poison non-dagger, non-poison dagger, PDagger plus Venom, Venom Only, and Rabies. We did all the above. Alright, so all of that is in the description now if you guys want to copy that. just in case you guys are interested in the results and you want to share them with other people, you're more than welcome to grab those. And of course, you could also direct them back to the video if they disbelieve the results. But I think the results are pretty conclusive, just the same way that Skulms were conclusive for Poison Nova. It doesn't matter what kind of poison damage you're dishing out. Any kind of additional damage will interfere with the poison damage ticking and will basically cause the poison damage to do less, not more, which means that not only does poison damage not stack with itself, but poison damage does not stack with anything. So poison damage doesn't stack with physical, fire, lightning, cold, ice, magic, nothing. It doesn't stack with anything, which is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. They might fix it if we bring enough attention to it. That's kind of what the point of this video was, is to test every single form and really kind of get an idea of whether or not they were all broken or whether it was just Poison Nova. I mean, there are different kinds of poison, and different kinds of poison interact differently. Your regular poison damage that you find on weapons is different than the Rabies poison damage, which is different than the Poison Creeper's poison damage, which is different than the Venom poison damage, which is different than the Necromancer's poison dagger, and they're all calculated differently. So I wanted to make sure that they were all, broken. It stacks with open wounds. I believe it does stack with open wounds because open wounds and poison both, I think, tick the same way. That could be an interesting test, actually. I didn't have any open wounds in the equation. God, I see, now you want to make me test open wounds. God bless it, what have you done? What have you done? What have you done? You madman. You madman, you have created a new challenge. You have created a new challenge. That's it. We're adding in open wounds now. We have to test it with open wounds. We're only going to do one test, though, so I'm not going to do, like, the whole Monty. We're just going to do one test with open wounds, because I feel like we've pretty conclusively tested everything else. So I kind of want to see if open wounds is also, like, interfering. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add, like, 100% open wounds on, like, a Stone Ring of Jordan or something. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It really won't even mess with our calculations at all. Here, let me bring up Hero Editor. So we're just gonna take the ring, and I'm going to here we go. Magic. I'm gonna go into the magic, and we're just gonna do 100% open wounds. Let's see here. Open wounds, is it in other? I think open wounds is in other. Stats, speed, resistance, reduce, pierce, passive. Where the hell is open wounds at? What charms are you talking about? You're not talking about my, like, completely hacked charms, are you? You can make them have whatever level requirement you want, I think. Chance of open wounds. There it is. 127% chance. Sure, why not? Extra percent chance. Extra, extra, read all about it. I'm not talking about the color. We're talking about actual damage, Daniel Classman. We're talking about the way the damage actually calculates. it's interfering with the way that the poison calculates. When other damage types calculate in conjunction with the poison damage, they're interfering with each other, and it's basically not calculating out poison damage properly. I'm not really sure how I could represent it to you that would make a lot of sense. Let me see if I can do this on like a notepad. I think it would be kind of interesting on a notepad. All right. So imagine, if you will, this is poison. Okay, so poison is doing ticks. So each poison is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right, so there are 25 ticks of poison. Each one of these represents the poison spread out over a full second. Okay, so if you're doing, I don't know, let's say like 25,000 damage, poison damage, over 1 second, okay, that means that each tick is a division of 25,000, which means that each tick is doing 1,000 damage, okay? So each tick is doing 1,000 damage per, so times 25 ticks equals 25,000 damage. All right, so basically what we're discovering is that the issue with the whole poison damage is that, let's say that you did cold damage on tick number 1, and you did cold damage on tick number 7, and cold damage on tick number, I don't know, 15, and you did cold damage again on tick number whatever. So like you've got 4 ticks of cold damage here that have consumed ticks from the poison. So now that you have done 4 ticks worth of damage, you have reduced your poison damage by 4 times 1,000, which equals 4,000 poison damage, has now been taken away from your 25,000. So you essentially have lost 4,000 poison damage for attacking at any point during the poison ticking, because during that point, when you hit the monster, the poison damage did not affect the monster. So every single time you've hit the monster, you're losing damage from the poison. And that's essentially what we're looking at, like in a nutshell. And it goes for everything. So when you have 16 skeletons and every single skeleton is wailing away on this monster, right? You've got 16 skeletons and they're all hitting like 1 time every second. So you've got 16 different skeletons. They're not in sync with each other, so they're all attacking at different times. And the 16 skeletons are consuming anywhere between, like, I don't know, let's say some of them synced up, so you're looking at anywhere between like 7 to 16 frames are being consumed that would otherwise be doing poison damage. And then you have to add in things like your golem, so that's +1, so you've got 17 now. And then the mercenary attacks 3 times per cycle because he's using jab. So if you're using an Act 2 mercenary, he attacks 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. So he's attacking really, really fast. So that's +3, which means that we now have 17 plus 3, which is 18, 19, 20. So we're now consuming 20 of our 25 frames, which means our 25,000 damage is now 5,000. We have now lost the majority of our poison damage just simply because our minions are attacking the monster. It's kind of insane, actually. I did want to test open wounds, though. I think this would be fun. We're going to do a crazy test, though. We're going to do Poison Dagger. We're going to do Venom. No, we're not going to do Venom, actually. Poison Dagger, Poison, and Open Wounds together, and we're going to try both. Why not? Let me write this down on my chart. So, Poison Dagger plus Open Wounds. Necro plus Army. Yes, and when you start adding in the revived, it gets even crazier. So basically, if you add in the revives, there's hardly any of your poison damage ever even makes it through to the target. It's kind of silly. Oh, Crushing Blow has always been broken in a good way, not broken in a bad way. Crushing Blow actually adds to your damage, although I'm not really sure how it works with poison. I'm assuming that Crushing Blow would probably also interfere with poison. But that would have to be tested. I don't really know how you would test that, though, because, to be honest with you, poison damage is... I mean, Crushing Blow is just so awesome of a damage type. It's very difficult to test Crushing Blow anything. I keep going to the wrong waypoint. I'm trying to get my army real quick. What's up, Willamace? Let's get my army of the undead. The elusive senior citizen class. I'm level 99, by the way. I feel like I need to write that down for the test. If you guys are unaware, open wounds damage is based on your level, and at level 99, you have the highest open wounds damage possible. It doesn't get any higher than level 99. I mean, it does seem like a poison damage character, if you were playing in multiplayer, would be better off attacking monsters that are not being attacked by other players. It seems like the more monsters are being attacked, the less damage that you will do, eventually to the point where you are essentially doing nothing, if that makes sense. And I think that's the biggest issue with this particular bug, is not necessarily that you can't work around it, because you can work around it, but this bug essentially makes a poison damage character kind of useless in a group scenario. And I think now we understand why poison characters kind of get chosen the least. It's probably because when people are playing them, they don't feel like they're doing anything in the group. And they're probably right. They probably aren't doing anything in the group. Because from what we have seen, the poison doesn't necessarily help if somebody else is wailing on the monster too. But if nobody's wailing on the monster, the poison does just fine. So you have to attack a monster that nobody's hitting. Dang it, did I accidentally do any damage to him? Tiny little bit of damage. No! No! Tiny little bit of damage. No! No! I don't think it's gonna make that much of a difference. We'll be alright. Let me bring my stopwatch back up on the screen here. Hold on. Alright, stopwatch is up on the screen. Let's get it up here. And let me put this over her. Alright, here we go. Start, teleport, stab, stab, stab. Alright, I want to say that was 16 seconds. It looked like 16 seconds to me. So, Necro plus army, 16 seconds. That's, trying to look at my poison dagger numbers. It's actually a little bit slower than my Poison Dagger numbers. So my previous numbers for Poison Dagger, which really not much has changed other than the addition of open wounds, it looks like to me that we are slower by 2.5 seconds. 13.5, 14.5, 15.5, 16.5. So yeah, 2.5 seconds. We are slower by 2.5 seconds. That's weird, isn't it? Doesn't that seem rather weird? Why would we be slower than the regular Poison Dagger by 2.5 seconds for the addition of open wounds? Is open wounds also interfering with the poison? What the hell is going on in this house? I feel like I need to do that test again, just to really verify whether or not that is true. Let's do that one more time with the army. I need to verify. We'll take out any variation. Maybe we missed a couple times. Maybe we didn't miss. Whatever happened, something changed in the equation, and I really don't know. Where did I put that open wounds at? I forgot where I put the open wounds on. Did I put it on the ring? Let me go double check. I don't even know if I have the open wounds on my character. Hold on. I might have forgotten to copy everything over like an idiot. Like an idiot. Okay, there it is on my character. Let's export the file. I'm going to import it to another character. Okay. Open GGM's item pack. Video items 3. I know you guys hear all these beautiful sound effects in the background. Okay, it does have the open wounds on it. Let me copy this over real quick so that I can verify that this ring is actually on the character, because I think I might have screwed up. I might have screwed up somewhere along the line. I probably didn't copy him over like I was supposed to. Should be good now. What's up, Cap? Alright, let's erase that number because I don't know if that number is legitimate. Let's just assume that number was not correct. We need to verify our equipment real quick. Because I think the open wounds ring didn't make it onto my character because I'm an idiot. It's always nice to admit when you're an idiot, okay? It's always nice to admit. You got to admit it. You got to let people know. You got to be like, look, okay, I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I might have a congenital defect, or maybe I was dropped on the head too many times as a kid. But if you're willing to admit it, people will usually forgive you. Usually. Okay, there we go. Now we have open wounds. Now we've got our 127% open wounds. Alright, let's do this test again now that we're not so dumb. I mean, we're still dumb, but we're not that dumb. Totally did the test without even adding in the freaking... Yeah. You guys are gonna die anyway. You guys are not even. You don't even have name badges. You're just random, generic, prowling dead number 7. I don't even know why you think you're even tough stuff. You're not even tough stuff, okay? You're not even tough stuff. I needed a control. Well, I guess I got my control then. You're not wrong, sir. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, dang, 102 likes on my video today. You guys are being super generous. I really appreciate all the wonderful attention today. Lots of likes, lots of comments, 10 gift subscriptions, actually 11 memberships to the channel. Freaking insane. I was also pretty excited about who got the memberships too. You guys think I don't pay attention to chat, but I pay attention to chat. I know some of you guys have been here for a long time. You guys have been here for a long time, and when I saw your name pop up on the membership list, I was like, yeah, boy. Mm-hmm. You know what? Let me go back and look real quick, because I'm gonna laugh at you guys. Are you ready? Let's see here. Look here, guys. I'm trying to do something, but you guys are doing too much. Calm it down. Alright, oh, does the chat really not go back that far? Man, that was like there's a limit? There's a limit on the chat? What? Freaking stupid limit.
I am overburdened.
Anyway, Gabe was one of them. I remember Gabe. Gabe's been here for a long time. I was kind of excited he got a membership. A couple of you guys have been here for a long time. Excited you got memberships. Alright, so testing open wounds with poison dagger with the army. Okay, open wounds, dagger, army. That's what we're testing right now. We definitely have our open wounds this time. So I'm curious whether open wounds is going to make it faster, whether it's going to have relatively no effect, or whether it will somehow, I don't know, magically change all the odds, and the odds will ever be in our favor. I don't know. Let's use our... God bless it, I forgot to hit the start button. Add a second to that. Add a second. 1 whole second. Alright. It was like 14 seconds, so let's assume 15 seconds. Got a freaking ring. I'm gonna go check that. Could be a Soj. Could be a Soj.
Greetings.
Jamela, give me a scroll. What is it? It's a mantled heel. It's never a Soj. It's never a Soj. Okay, so we're gonna assume 14 seconds, although I might have been a little off on that. 14 seconds sounds about right. Let's do this again with the no army. Alright, so no army is the next try. Alright, just the Necro. Just Necro. Okay. I mean, we can go get an army. I don't know. Teleporting really fast is what we do. Teleporting everywhere just for you. We teleported over to the bank today, and we took everything but our pay. Come on down to the town, and we'll make you a clown. Come on down to the town, and we'll play you some clowns. Clowns, clowns, who doesn't like them? Clowns, clowns in your hair. Clowns, clowns, who doesn't like them? Clowns everywhere. So, Bow Amazon is something that I'm actually kind of interested in as a test for this, but it's for a completely different reason. It's because the Bow Amazon also applies physical damage with every attack that he or she makes. And I have a theory that the Bow Amazon may, unfortunately, if she's using poison, be overriding her own damage. Now, granted, if you fire slowly on a Bow Amazon, you would obviously have less physical damage to interrupt the effect. But my hunch is that most bosons don't fire slowly. They probably fire as fast as they possibly can. And because they're firing as fast as they possibly can, they may very well be overriding all of their poison damage as they fire. Which is rather unfortunate, because that means that the poison boson is probably a very bad choice all around.
I can't carry anymore.
Superior blade talons of crappiness. Okay, unsummon the the golem. Let's get my doojanks ready. Let's get the timer ready, because I'm terrible with this timer. Precurse. You bastard. Alright, start. I'm going to say that was 14 seconds. That looked like 14 seconds to me. So the open wounds did not increase the kill speed at all, which means the open wounds and the poison is probably competing with each other. And if I go back and I check my poison dagger only numbers, poison dagger only was 19 seconds. Poison dagger plus venom was 14 seconds. So it's the same as poison dagger plus venom. So maybe they are actually combining together. I don't know. I guess the open wounds and the poison dagger are all together. The only other thing to test would be like poison dagger plus open wounds plus venom, which might have more interesting effects. But I mean, the answer still seems to be very clear that the poison is still being heavily interfered with. A precursor as a precursor? What's a precursor? Precursor. Who's a precursor? You're a precursor. Your mom's a precursor. I'm actually trying to think how we could possibly test the Bow Amazon. I just don't really know. I mean, guided arrow could be an interesting test, because it doesn't miss, so we would have a guaranteed hit. So that would, guided arrow would definitely help, but a low level guided arrow, so it would have to be like level 1. I think the lower level the better, because we want the physical damage to interfere as the least amount possible. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we want maximum guided arrow, and we test guided arrow with poison damage and guided arrow without poison damage. That seems like that might be a good way to test it. I'm thinking that would be actually a good way to test it. So what we'll do is we'll do a boson who is attacking with a guided arrow, and then add in a huge amount of poison damage to the same guided arrow, and we'll test and see what kind of kill time she has with Diablo. Trying to think exactly how to do that, though. How exactly would I go about doing that? 451, I mean, poison small charms, for sure. Probably a faith bow. Faith bow, poison small charms, just like a generic boson setup, I guess. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to make a generic boson. Fortitude, stuff like that. Let's do it. Why not? Let's go ahead and let's get her done, as they like to say. Get her done. Get her done. I don't really want to make a new character for this, though. I want to just, like, use one of my existing characters because it's easier. See, what I'm kind of interested in here is whether or not the massive amount of physical hits that come from an Amazon are even enough to cause a problem, if that makes sense. Like, does the Amazon actually hit enough that she can actually interfere with her own poison, or is it something that that doesn't really work that way because it's her attack? So if her attacks are not like messing up her own poison, you know what I mean? Let's see here. I'm trying to think who I should use. I got a couple bosons on here. I was thinking perhaps I could use one of the bosons I already have. Test Amazon. What is on Test Amazon? Let's just go ahead and beef up her life to like 9,000. I don't even really care. This isn't a test of survivability as we've talked about prior. She has some interesting bows on her already. Okay, she's got Faith and a Grand Matron. Alright, well, let's take that and put it in her main hand slot. That'll work just fine. She's using High Lords. She has Deadly Strike, G-Face, all those amazing things. She's also using Jab and Spear Skillers, which she doesn't need. Let's take those away from her. Alright, let's make her a Borked Fortitude real quick. We're gonna specifically make her a Fortitude that has some like godlike effects on it. Same as the other deal, we want to make sure that she doesn't die. That's really all there is to it. I'm not really worried about her survivability here. This is a test of her damage output. So let's just go ahead and give her a couple auras. Same thing. We'll give her Defiance and Salvation so we don't have to worry about her resistances or her defense, so that she's not constantly dying over and over again. So Defiance, save, and then let's also edit the G-Face so that it has Salvation. No, not that. Aura. We need auras. Auras when equipped. Salvation. Save. It's not there. We don't have to worry about attack rating because we're going to be using Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow always hits, so we don't have to worry about that at all. Trying to think if there's any other concerns that we need to worry about. I mean, she's using a Faith Bow. She has a G-Face. She's got a High Lord's Wrath, a Fortitude. She's using Arachnid's Mesh, which isn't necessarily the best choice for her. I don't really know what we'd put in that place. There's really not a lot of things that are really that important with this character. She's got Gore Riders, Laying of Hands. So she's a pretty standard Amazon. Like, there's really not a huge deal there. She would be using bow and crossbow skillers. So she would be using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bow and crossbow skillers. So let's edit the Annihilist Charm so that it has +7 to skills. That will make up for the fact that she does not have the bow and crossbow skillers. That should be more than enough. And then let's edit in these poison charms. So that's our next step here. So we're gonna put a whole bunch of poison damage on this bad girl. She's a bad girl. All right. I don't know. We could do even like long poison length. What do we got? What's that? 20 seconds. 300 to 300 poison damage over 20 seconds. Let's add another one. Poison damage, save. Okay, so we've got 599 poison damage, small charms. I think that's as much as you're actually supposed to add to a charm. So let's just go ahead and fill her entire inventory with these. Save. She's got level 20 all skills, so I guess it doesn't really matter there for that. We're golden. Let's just save her, close her, and import her in. Give me just a second. I just got to copy her over. So, test Amazon. Where are you at, test Amazon? There you are. Copy. Paste. All right, let me bring the stopwatch back up because we're going to need it. So the general idea here with this particular test is what we're trying to see is, does the physical damage interfere with the poison damage? So to test this, what we have to do is we have to, number one, kill Diablo with the poison damage charms in our inventory. And by doing so, we will get a gauge of how long it takes to kill Diablo with poison damage. And then we will try to kill him again without poison damage. So we're going to take the charms out of our inventory, but leave everything else in our inventory the same and see how much of a difference there really is of the two different modes. Let's just go ahead and put in some more strength so my boots are on. Okay. Right, yeah, yeah. Guided arrow. Let's go ahead and summon our Valkyrie just for this particular test. We can unsummon her, right? Okay. Yeah. And then let's go to multi-shot. I don't know. Not really sure exactly what would be the most optimal build here. Notice our kind of rather insane damage numbers because it has to do with our poison damage. So we should be able to theoretically just fire a shot off into the darkness, and anything that's not immune to poison will just immediately die, right? But see, here's the thing. If I'm a boson, I'm going to want to take advantage of my physical damage, right? So I'm going to want to fire repeatedly. So we may have to do two tests. Paused firing, which is basically where we pause, fire, pause, fire, pause, fire. I did do Zoo Rabies hybrid Noctagera. That's in the it's in the test. So check down in the description. I actually edited in. There's a test down there for Rabies plus his army, and the test did not look good. It did not work good at all. Unfortunately, it looks like you're better off, honestly, being a summon druid because Rabies sucks. But honestly, the army killed Diablo faster than Rabies did. It was actually really bad how slow Rabies was, and Rabies basically made almost no difference in the kill speed of the army. The army just kind of like did its thing, and Rabies wasn't even like a fart in the wind. I think Rabies and the army is just incompatible until they fix whatever this bug is. I'm pretty sure this bug's been in the game forever. I don't think this is something that was added in Diablo 2 Resurrected. I mean, we could always load up a character and check it in the old Diablo. All right, I actually want to change this to players 8. I want to test this on players 8 Diablo. I feel like this test is going to be too short if I do it otherwise, and we're not going to be able to tell the difference between the variables. So we're going to do players 8. You guys can't see it, but I changed it to players 8 there. Let me move my head out of the way so you can see. That's correct. You need to hit physically to apply the poison, which is one of the reasons why I think this is such an interesting test, because that would mean, therefore, that every time you hit, you are, in effect, kind of like ruining your own poison damage. Now, granted, you could theoretically just simply tap, run away, tap, run away, tap, run away, which may be a better way to apply the damage, but at the same time, if that's the case, then you know what's happening is your physical damage is basically getting wasted. The general idea is that you were applying your physical and your poison damage at the same time, not separately, and not independently of each other almost entirely. All right, so let me write this down before I get started here. So this is Amazon guided arrow plus poison damage. All right, so this is with the charms in my inventory. So you see I have all the poison damage charms in my inventory. Massive, massive, massive amounts of poison damage. All right, I'm currently hitting for 72,000 poison damage, and if I drop all these charms on the ground, you can see my damage goes down to a mere 875 to 4,513. So without the poison damage charms, my physical damage is not that high. So let's get these back in my inventory. All right, and you can see I'm back to 72k. So we are on Players 8 Diablo. Let's test how long it takes us to kill Players 8 Diablo with this setup. All right, so start. I'm literally stroking my beard because I'm so interested in what the result is going to be. Stroking my beard. I mean, who knows? All of the damage types could be interfering for all we know. So having any kind of other damage besides poison damage could be interfering with the poison damage. But we're just going to do this setup. We're going to do it 2 times. So we're going to play around with this setup 2 times. We're going to do it once with the poison and once without the poison, and then we're gonna compare the numbers and see what we get. So 1 minute and 1 second. I believe that's what it was. 1 minute, 1 second. 1 minute and 1 second. And that's players 8. So players 8. Diablo. 1 minute, 1 second. That's actually not bad for players 8 Diablo. Players 8 Diablo is a little tough. Let's do this test one more time with no poison charms. Okay, I just want to see if there is much of a difference at all between the two, and if so, how much of a difference is there between the two? Yep. Let's get back to my multi-shot. I should have put a teleport armor on this girl so I could just teleport there. Fucking champion Doojanks. Out of my way, champion Doojanks. Oh, that's right. I still have it set to players 8. Hold on. I can change it back once I get to the last seal. Once I get to the last seal, I can change it back. I just have to make sure that I remember. Remember me. Remember me. So these guys are completely immune to poison, and I'm killing them relatively quickly. Makes me think that the poison damage isn't really doing as much as it seems. But, I think we should probably do like one other test, which is where we just like attack once, wait, like attack once, wait. So what we would do is attack with the guided arrow until he turns green. Then once he turns green, stop attacking. Then once he turns back to a regular color, we attack again and basically continue that until he is eventually dead. That may be a different alternative outcome altogether, and I'm kind of interested to see what the hell that outcome is, because it's going to be a weird one, I'm sure. It's going to be a weird one. It's so nice having Defiance and Salvation on at the same time. So this one's immune to physical damage, which means the only thing that's affecting him is the poison. As you can see, the poison ticks pretty hard. It's a pretty high amount of poison damage. It's not no slouching poison damage. It freaking hurts. I mean, I can, like, one-tap one monster. Like, if I walk over here and I just, like, tap this guy, watch. Look at him just drain away to nothingness. Like, look at how much poison damage it is. He's just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just die now. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I need some more arrows before I do this test. Keep an eye out for a scroll of town portal. I need one. I need a scroll of town portal. Otherwise, I gotta walk. I don't want to walk. Well, that's kind of the point of testing this, Daniel, is that if I slow down my attack rate, like if I do that, if I slow down my attack rate, I am losing physical damage. So we're trying to figure out whether the process of attacking a target is causing other issues. So I don't want to lose my physical damage when I'm doing my poison damage, but if I were to make a poison damage Amazon specifically, then yes, I would definitely want to slow my attack roll if we find out basically that the physical damage is just interfering with the poison damage. Yeah, antidote potions will remove poison from you, as well as cleansing aura on paladins. There's all sorts of interesting things. I am like desperate for a scroll of town portal. Can one of you guys give me a scroll of town portal, please? No. Okay, fine. Don't give me a scroll of town portal. I'll just walk all the way back to town. You know what? Screw you guys. I don't even care. Scroll of identifies. Never what I actually need. Superior heavy crossbow. No, there's nothing that removes the poison from you, but you can, however, monsters do, however, have different varying rates of negative poison length duration, as well as poison resistances, various poison resistances. That's the reason why we're testing it on the same monster, because Diablo is the same every single time, and that way we're getting a more consistent result instead of monsters that have variable amounts of resistances. Diablo is just a good choice for that, because Diablo is obviously much better in terms of like how he functions, resistance-wise, life-wise. He has basically the same amount of life every single time. What the hell is in my stash? I mean, my frickin' cube. Matriarchal, frickin' really nice. It's really sexy, but it's offline and I don't need it. I was gonna buy a tome. So I don't have to do that again. And I'm gonna buy a second stack of arrows just in case. We're gonna do one more test after this. We're gonna do the Pacin test. The Pace It test. What it shows is that you'd probably be better off building a summon druid, a zoo druid essentially, that uses something other than the rabies skill. You'd probably be better off with, like, you know, a bear that uses like shockwave and maul, or one of the faster druids, like the werewolves, maybe like Fury, or just not poison. To build a summon hybrid, just don't use rabies. Use something else. Alright, let me make sure this is on players 8. I can't remember if I changed it. Okay, changed it to player 8. Apply before I hit the seals. Okay, we are on players 8. Let me unsummon my Valkyrie. Apparently I have a hitchhiker. I see you there. Don't think I don't see you. Alright, so this is the without poison run. So to prove to you guys that I do not have these poison charms on me, I'm going to drop them on the floor. It's the easiest way for me to do this. So this is the no poison run with the exact same setup, physical damage. Everything is exactly the same except for the addition of the poison damage. And this is going to tell us rather reliably whether the poison damage was being interfered with or whether the poison damage was actually helping our character. Now remember, it took us 1 minute and 1 minute and 1 second to kill him with the poison damage. I'm just writing it down so I've got it ready. Alright, here we go. Start. 26 seconds, and he's more than a quarter dead. I don't know. I don't know. Half dead at 43. So we are definitely slower than the poison, but how much slower? $15 seconds. 18 seconds. $24. I think that was 124. 124, I think is what that was. So we are looking at 23 extra seconds for not having the poison charms. Or rather, you could say it the other way, and you could say the poison charms reduced the Diablo kill time by 23 seconds. Which I think indicates that we are, in fact, interfering with the poison damage, but not as much as the summon Necromancer. However, a normal Amazon would have had a Valkyrie and a Mercenary who would have also been interfering with the poison damage, and those can't be like reliably tested because the hit rate on the Valkyrie is random, the hit rate on the Mercenary is random, so you don't really have a good baseline there to test. But I think we can reliably say that yes, the Amazon is interfering with her own poison, but not as much as like a fully geared, kitted out like summon Necromancer or something. So we are still getting some benefit, but not as much as we probably should be getting. All right, so the next test, the final test, is going to be the tap test, as Haterade just said. We're going to do the tap test. The tap test. I think the tap test is going to reveal something that we probably really don't want to hear, which is that the poison damage is better. I think it's going to reveal that the poison damage is in fact better than the physical damage. I think Diablo is going to die quicker from the tap test than he did from the constant or the no poison damage. That's just my hunch. I could be wrong, but that's my hunch. That's my hunch, and I'm sticking to it. That's my hunch. Oh, that's my hunch. Oh, wait, hold on. Make it easy on myself. Here, hold on. Bink. Just remind me to turn that back on before we actually get into the combat. You don't believe in my hunch, Oversky? Well, that's fine, because I believe in my hunch, and I'm the only one that matters in the belief of oneself, okay? If you are believing in oneself, you need to believe in yourself and yourself only. I'm leaving everything the same. The test has to be a control, so everything has to be the same in every single test, no matter what. Like I'm not gonna ruin the integrity of this test by messing that up. So we're going to keep everything the same. We could test more with different variables, but I think the answer is going to be the same just about every single time, which is basically that any kind of damage is interfering. What's up, Agroscate? It's been going weird. The testing basically has kind of conclusively proven that poison doesn't stack with anything. Poison stacks with nothing. And not only does poison stack with nothing, but the more something that you have interfering with the poison, the worse the poison performs. We did test Venom. The results of the Venom test are in the description already. I've been adding them to the description as we do them.
I can't carry anymore.
We don't know anything until we test, sir. We have to test, and we test some more. Then when we're finished testing, we test. And after we finish testing, you know what we do then? We test some more! The only reason I know so much about the game, Oversky, is because I always assume that I know nothing. I am always testing, I am always looking, I am always searching, I am always learning. And as long as you are willing to constantly learn, you will usually be fine. Alright, so players 8, apply. Is that the last seal? That is the last seal. Alright, unsummon the mercenary. Okay, so this testing is going to be the tap test. Okay, so what this is this is testing to see if just simply going pop and then running away, and then pop and then running away, and then pop and then running away basically is better damage than the previous two tests. So the previous tests were guided arrow plus poison, 101. Guided arrow, no poison, 124. And now we've got the tap test. So the tap test, I think, is actually going to be faster than the other two, but we will certainly see. Let me go ahead and stand right here. I'm going to hit start, and then we're going to start firing at poor Diablo. Okay, so he is green. We're not going to fire at him again until he turns blue. That is the goal of this test. We're just gonna let him tick his poison away. So he's green, and he's going to stay green. And how long will he stay green? I don't know. There we go. He's no longer green. Turn him green again. Yeah, nice long poison duration on this thing, don't I? One minute. He's only at half HP, so we're not making as good progress as I thought. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I mean, he is ticking pretty good, and we're not doing horrible damage. I mean, I'm not going to say by any means we're doing horrible damage. He's ticking very fast. He's just not ticking fast enough to beat the other times. 1 minute 40. Oh, we might hit 2 minutes. Yeah, we're going to hit 2 minutes. Two minutes 10. 2 minutes and 21. 2 minutes and 21. No, Guided Arrow isn't missing him. It's other things that are missing him, like Hellfire from the torch and whatnot. So 2 minutes and 21 seconds for the tap test, which is basically where you tap him, you wait for him to turn blue, you tap him, you wait for him to turn blue, etc. This kind of does give us some good information, though. So what we know is that it takes approximately 2 minutes and 21 seconds to kill him without guided, or rather without doing any physical damage to him whatsoever. But it took us 1 minute and 24 seconds to kill him with no poison damage whatsoever. So 2 minutes and 21 seconds gets boiled down to 24 seconds when you add the poison damage in. So you only get a very marginal decrease in the kill speed by adding the poison damage in, because it's interfering with your physical damage. I would assume that if I added a mercenary and a Valkyrie into the equation, it would probably go down even more. I just don't know if I can keep the frickin' mercenary and the Valkyrie alive for the test. I feel like we should do one more test with the Valkyrie. I just don't really think the Valkyrie is going to be... It's going to be random. I feel like it's going to be random. And I don't want it to be random. How do we make the mercenary not random? That's the question. Trying to think of an answer to this equation of how we can make the mercenary not random. The least random mercenary that ever existed. So what we need is a mercenary that doesn't miss, but he doesn't do any damage either. We don't want him to do any damage. We just want him to just not miss. And we want him to not die. So he needs to not miss and not die. Okay? Let's try editing in some like broken merc equipment just for lulz. And we'll see if we can make him into an unkillable like machine. Because I really want to do this test one more time with the Merc and the Valkyrie. Because I feel like the results are going to be different if I add in the Merc and the Valkyrie into the equation. Because it's 2 extra hits, or rather 1 hit from the Valkyrie and 3 hits from the Mercenary. And it could result in some rather extreme changes. I have an idea for him to make him invincible. Just give me a second, and we're gonna make him invincible. Okay, the mercenary is gonna be unkillable. You watch. There we go. All right, so we're gonna give him a Guardian Angel Templar coat. That's one of the easiest ways to make him a much tankier individual, right? But we're going to cheat the Guardian Angel Templar coat so that it is a stronger version of itself, right? So we're not just going to give him a Guardian Angel Templar coat. No, we're going to give him the God tier Guardian Angel Templar coat. The most amazing Guardian Angel Templar coat that ever existed among men and elves. That's right, boys. Among men and elves. Alright, so we're going to go into the magic properties of the Guardian Angel Templar coat. In fact, let me bring this up on the screen so you guys can see it. Hold on. One second. Alright, so here's the magic attributes. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to, number 1, increase the maximum fire resistance to 20%. The maximum cold resistance to 20, the maximum poison to 20. And why are we doing that? Because that brings him to 95% all res. We're also going to increase the resistances on this armor. So we're going to add resistances to it because that will also help keep him alive. Where are my resistances? Resistances. There we go. Resistances. All resistances. 205%. That sounds good. Why not? Then we're also going to modify the defense number on this armor to equal 2037, because why not? It's going to be a really beefy armor. That's going to be a beefy big boy. Okay, a beefy big boy. And then we're also going to add some attack rating so that hopefully he doesn't miss. This is important because for the test to work, I need everybody to be hitting everything as much as possible. The accuracy is a really big deal with this test. If everybody's missing all the time and there's this huge variable on how much people are missing, it's going to mess up the test. Okay, so I'm going to give him Blessed Aim. And then I'm also going to give him attack rating, a huge bonus to attack rating as well, 1023 to attack rating on the armor. We're not going to give him a weapon because I don't want him to actually dish any damage out. He's just going to be a tank of unkilling monstrousness. Okay, that's his goal, be a tank. He doesn't have any other purpose. And then I'm trying to think what else we should give him, because we need him to not die. Let's give him a huge bonus to health, too. That sounds like fun. HP. We got defense. You know what? Reduce monster defense per hit? Sure, why not? 100. Dang it. It's not what I meant to do. 128. There you go. Save. And then finally, HP. Where's the HP at? Oh yeah, cannot be frozen. Thank you, Dragon Speaker. Look at you, thinking on your feet there. I like it when a plan comes together, thinking on your feet and stuff like that. Oh, you're a really smart cookie there. Really smart cookie. Where's the HP at? I need plus HP. You know what? He would have some increased attack speed. Let's give him, 30% on the helmet and probably like 50% on the weapon. So 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's give him 80% increased attack speed because he probably would have a pretty decent amount of increased attack speed. I mean, let's be honest. If you would probably put like Andariel's Visage on him, probably a pretty fast weapon, so forth and so on. So we'll go ahead and give him a little bit of increased attack speed as well. He doesn't have Vitality. I have to give him plus health directly. Mercenaries don't have Vitality. I'm not sure if you guys were aware of that, but they don't actually have Vitality as a stat, so any Vitality on a piece of equipment is wasted on them. It doesn't give them actually any effect, which is kind of sad. It's very sad. Defense, damage, absorption. We could give him some absorption. Yeah, why not? We'll give him some absorption. That way he doesn't die. Sure. Fire absorb. Cold absorb. Good. Good. Hey, that's probably more than he needs. That's a freaking god plate right there. That is a god. I think he's fine. All right? I think he's fine. Let's just go with that, shall we? As soon as I added those absorb numbers, I'm over here like, you know what? I don't think he's dying. 127% absorption. I think he's fine. I think he's going to be all right, okay? You don't got to worry about that boy. You don't got to worry about that boy at all. All right? I think he's going to be just all right. I think he's going to be fine. You want to see this god plate? You guys ready? You guys ready for this god plate?
Good day.
Look at this god plate in here. 6,111 defense, level 31 blessed aim, or 80% increased attack speed, 1,023 attack rating, plus 2 attack rating against demons based on character level, 20% cold, max cold, 20% max fire, 20% max lightning, 20% max poison. All resistances plus 205, cold absorbed 127%, lightning absorbed 127%, fire absorbed 127%, and cannot be frozen. I hope that if he dies with this plate on, boys, I don't know. I don't know what to tell y'all. If he dies with that plate on, I don't know what to tell none of y'all. That's not. Oh, she's got a hawkmail on and a coif of glory. Oh, you was just rocking some good gear, weren't you? What do we want for him? We don't want him to like actually interfere with the fight at all. We already have. He already has blessed aim. So let's just do a regen one. Yeah, regen sounds good. Regen prayer. There you go. All right, Jamali, I'm about to give you the plate of the gods. Do not lose this armor. Do not lose the plate of the gods. Oh, and here, have a Trang's helm. You know, why not? There you go. Trang's helm and a plate of the gods. I mean, we could get him a weapon. Like, it doesn't have to be like no weapon. We could put something on him. Hold on. Let me put something on him. Hold on. What do you got in here? You got there you go. Pike of the Lamprey. Pike of the Lamprey. 8% life stolen, boys. That'll help him out. That'll help him. That'll do you. That'll do you, buddy. That's it. You're good. You're golden, man. You are golden. Golden. Alright, so we want the Valkyrie out. Let's go ahead and summon the Valkyron. The Valkyrie is a wild card, by the way, since her stats change literally every time you summon her. Her stats are different. So she really is kind of a wild card, and there's no way to like anticipate exactly what she's got on. I mean, you can summon her until you get particular colored pieces of gear that you would like. She's got a black spear, so let's go with that. That's a cruel spear. And if we do this test again, we'll just have to make sure that we have a cruel spear the second time. And let's go. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Oh yeah, hold on. Let me just players 1. I'm gonna run by you, players 8 Morphines. He's gonna put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. You know, it's funny. In a way, the original Diablo is like is sprites. They're literally art drawings. Like you're literally just looking at drawings that somebody drew. Like, and they're very pretty. It's literally just like some guy sat down and with a pen and a pad and, you know, tried to get that dang label off. And I'm just kidding. That's a song. You know, he actually like drew this, and then they somehow just like added it into the game exactly as it was drawn. It's pretty cool. Whereas modern stuff is not really so much artwork as it is like a mesh with like a texture file wrapped around the mesh. And like, kind of like it's a whole different like ball of wax. All right. Sounds like you need to look for one of them girls who's got all them napple rings. Just put it in your Tinder profile. Seeking a girlfriend with many napple rings. Must have lots of tattoos and many arms. Preferably 2 or more. You know, no, you know, I hate to say it, but you know, you can't have anybody with less than 2 arms if you're going after Andariel. Probably somebody who's into BDSM, so you know, might as well just put up with it. Well, you're here having some fun today, Rampage. Alright, changing to Players 8. Let's get this done. Players 8. Boop. Apply. Alright, Players 8 Diablo with Valkyrie and Mercenary. Mercenary is not equipped with any actual weapon, but should survive just fine. If he doesn't, I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. His mom's a hoe. Valkyrie has a cruel weapon. We made sure of that when we summoned her. That's about the best we can do. That's it. We're going to use inner... Actually, no, we're not even going to use inner sight, or should we? You know what? Let's use inner sight. It'll guarantee the hits. Let me pull up the timer, clear it. Let me see if I can lure Diablo out before we start this. Okay, good. He's out. Start. Why does it keep interrupting? I'm just going to hold shift and do it. It's easier that way. That way it doesn't interrupt. "31 seconds, 34 seconds. Looks like we're faster. 39 seconds. We have to beat 1 minute and 1 second. That's what we're trying to beat. 1 minute and 1 second. "53 seconds. So this was guided arrow, poison, plus Merc and Valk. So plus Merc and Valk. And we got basically 53 seconds. I'm not really too impressed with that. Like, that's only 7, 8. That's only 8 seconds faster. That's only 8 seconds faster than how we killed him without the Mercenary and the Valkyrie. So the Mercenary and the Valkyrie together only added 8 seconds to our kill time. And, I mean, that's not really super duper impressive. Strafe is quicker, and it would probably interfere with the poison even more. Just my thought. Because of how many times it hits, it would probably interfere with the poison more than the guided arrow does. "You need my luck? You're about to roll a Hodo?" Well... No, I made sure she has a cruel spear. She actually hits pretty hard, believe it or not. Especially since she's pretty high level. She's level 35 Valkyrie, so she actually probably hits pretty hard. Especially since she's using Impale. Well, I mean, what it shows is that they're adding damage, and the damage is helping me kill faster, but it's not really helping me kill that much faster, I guess it would be the way to put it. So there's still an interference going on. Because if it wasn't that much of an interference, it should be a lot faster with the Valkyrie and the Merc. My guess was that it was going to be slower. So I was actually kind of surprised at that. It wasn't actually slower. It was actually a little bit faster. So I guess you don't have to worry too much about the mercenary and the Valkyrie being with you on the test. Let me add these to the description, by the way. I'm going to add these numbers. Give me just a second. Yes, fanaticism's been on the entire time because I've been using Faith Bow, so it's always been on the entire time. I haven't changed the Amazon's gear setup at all. So she's been running the same exact gear from the beginning. All right, so the numbers are now in the description. If you guys want to look at them, they should be. You might have to refresh the page. I don't know. I think we're pretty much done. I don't think there's anything left to test. It's pretty conclusive that the physical damage is interfering with the poison. It does seem that if you're in a situation like with the Amazon, it doesn't interfere as much as it does with a character like the Necromancer or the Rabies Druid, but it does interfere nonetheless. And it does seem like that the more people you have, the more monsters you have, the more minions you have, the worse the effect gets until eventually the poison damage is being completely blotted out, and it's basically doing nothing. Now, in the case of Poison Nova, because Poison Nova hits everything, you can never say that Poison Nova is doing 0 damage, but it would be fair to say that Poison Nova is doing less damage than it should be doing in any situation where multiple monsters are being hit by other characters, other minions, other mercenaries, whatever you may see. And especially when it comes to a single target, like when you're trying to kill, let's say, Lilith, when you're trying to kill Uber Iswal, when you're trying to kill Uber Duriel, Uber Baal, Uber Diablo, Pandemonium Diablo, whatever it may be, if you're trying to kill one monster and everything is being focused on that monster, that is the point that the poison damage does the least amount possible. So the more monsters, the more people that are hitting a target, the more that is going on, the less your poison damage is doing, to the point of absurdity, where literally it seems like, to me, at certain points, if you have enough monsters hitting a specific target, and someone is trying to apply poison damage, the poison damage is literally doing 0. Which is just kind of insane, especially since this is a team game. It's we're online game when you play with other people, and it seems like poison damage is kind of almost designed to be anti-players, anti-party, anti-group. Like, it just doesn't really work well in a group because you have more targets hitting things, which means the more targets that are hitting things, the less that you're doing as a player. Poopies. Poopies. It's poopies. It's poopies. That's what it is. Poopies. Poopies. Can't really think of anything else to say. It's really bad. I hope that they fix this. Like, I really, really do. I hope they fix it because it's not good. It's kind of like just another nail in the coffin when people try to say over and over again that, Diablo 2 is not a group game and it's better off a game that people play solo. And it seems like if you're a poison character, you're better off playing solo than you are playing as a team. hopefully Blizzard sees this. That's what I'm betting. That's what I'm hoping is that they see this and they realize something's wrong and they look into it and try and figure out a way to fix poison damage so that it applies correctly. I mean, poison damage not stacking with itself is one thing, but poison damage not stacking with everything else is even worse. And I don't get it. Like it's like they absolutely hate poison users and they don't want you guys to play ever. I mean, there was a time when poison damage was kind of like broken OP. For those of you who played back in the day, like a really long time ago, you guys know what I'm talking about. There was a time, I think it was pre 1.0, 1.10, it was like 1.09 or back or something, where literally the poison damage was like so broken that they had to nerf it. And it's not like that anymore, that's for sure. Here, I'm going to bring something up on the screen for you, Freddie, so that you can kind of like figure it out. These are the numbers that we tested. So we tested quite a few different variables, and every single time we tested the variables, we kind of came up with the same answer, that physical damage, or rather damage from any source, is essentially canceling out the poison damage while it ticks, causing the poison damage to do less than it otherwise normally should. These are the end results right here. So we have, at the top, you have the Necromancer with the poison dagger. And it's 1 minute and 27 seconds for just the army, 23 seconds for you plus the army. Okay, so this is with the army and the poison dagger, and then 19 seconds with no army. As you can see, it was faster without the army. So the army was interfering with my poison damage, and my poison damage was doing more than the army was. In other words, in this scenario, it's better off for me to not use the army at all. In the second scenario, we did a Necro with a dagger using high amounts of poison, but no poison dagger skill. In this scenario, the army plus regular poison was 19 seconds, and me by myself was 21. So the addition of the army only added basically 2 seconds to my kill time, which again shows the same result, which is the poison damage is being interfered with by the army. Then we did Poison Dagger plus Venom, and very similar results. The army plus me was 13.5, and me only was 14. So the whole Necromancer army was only adding 0.5 seconds to my kill time, which was pretty bad. Then we tried Venom Only, which is no Poison Dagger, so just Venom. That one was 36 seconds with the army and 39.5 with me only. Again, same scenario. The army was interfering with the poison damage, and so I only got what was like 4 seconds off of it. The Rabies Druid was pretty bad. Rabies by itself took 2 minutes and 42 seconds to kill Diablo. And the army only was 39 seconds. But literally the army plus the Rabies only was 1 second faster. Only 1 second faster, which was pathetic, which basically means that the Rabies was adding nothing to the equation because the army was almost completely overriding the Rabies poison damage. I mean, every scenario we did, including the Amazon, showed the same thing. Now, with the Amazon, it did seem like that the Amazon doesn't hit enough to override the poison as often, so the poison damage was still able to tick with the Amazon, as opposed to not tick at all. So the poison damage did actually increase the kill speed by 23 seconds, as opposed to the rather meager 0.5 seconds on the Necromancer. But there's also the whole thing about, like, the Amazon doesn't really have as many things hitting the target. She's hitting the target very quickly, and that's what I wanted to test. We also tested with the Mercenary. Down here you see we've got the poison damage plus the Merc and the Valk, which was 53 seconds, which was a teensy-weensy bit faster than without them. It wasn't really very much, though. I feel like the poison damage was getting canceled out rather heavily by the Merc and the Valk, but the Merc and the Valk were doing enough damage to increase the kill time. It almost seemed as if it was better just not to have the poison damage at all, because it was only 1 minute and 24 seconds with no poison damage. And you could have put other charms in there. You could have put, like, bow and crossbow killers or something, or you could have put plus max damage charms, or, you know, there's a lot of different options that you could have done besides those. Alright, guys and gals, I've been streaming for 5 hours on this, and it's been a very, very fun stream. I was thinking about maybe doing some stuff, but I mean, it's already like 12:30. Gosh, do I want to do anything more? Do I want to do anything more? I could always go play my my assassin. My assassin. Assassin. Or I could play my Tankazoon. Or I could play my Godzilla. Bink. We get a little EXP before we log off. How about that? Get a little EXP. Get a little EXP. Look at you with your little chonchula hearts, Gabe. Couldn't have happened to a nicer person. He's so nice. He's so friendly. Shum boom 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 boom. Hibbity bibbity bibbity bibbity. Boom 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 boom. Yum boom 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 boom. Boom boom. Yibbity bibbity bibbity boppity boom be bump be boom. Why you guys gotta steal all my mana like that? That's rude. That's a rude. This is so rude. That's a rude. This is so rude. I don't know why you gotta be so rude. I don't know why you gotta be a dude. Why can't you be a girl or a girl? Why you gotta be so rude? Have I ever played GTA 5? I played GTA. I don't think I've ever played GTA 5. I actually have GTA 5. They gave it away for free a while back on oh god, I can't even remember the name of it. What's the game platform that Rockstar uses? It's that new one that came out recently that I totally can never remember the name of for some reason.
I am overburdened.
I literally can't remember the name of it. No, it's the one that that's competing with Steam. Can't remember the name of it. They were giving away free games like all the time. Like literally all you had to do was like log in. Like you just had to log in and like click a button and they were like, "Here, you want a game?" And you're like, "Sure." And then you like log back out and they didn't even care. And I must have collected a whole bunch of games from them because it was, you know, I just log in. Yeah, Epic Games. That's it, Epic Games. Yeah, they were giving it away free a while back, and I got it for free, but I never actually really played it. I used to love like playing GTA though, the originals. I would just drive around like in a freaking fire truck and ram stuff and jump off of buildings, and I don't even. I was just had stupid fun. I didn't even really ever play the missions. And then I got arrested by the cops, and it was all downhill from there, baby. It was all downhill from there. There was just something fun about driving around and being a butt. Light boots. No run walk. Magic find. No resistances. Ugly. Those are some ugly boots. Them things is ugly as all get out. I can't believe how ugly them things is. I don't know why you want them ugly things anyway. They so ugly, 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 they so ugly. Why you wear them ugly janks? Put them things in the bank. All of them ugly janks. Delay it. All them ugly janks up. Nobody want them janks. Ugly janks, put them in the bank. Nobody wants them, put them in the tank. We don't care. We don't want them, put them any freaking where. Oh, ugly janks, don't you even come around. We don't want no ugly janks in our tank or our bank. Put them back in the water where you got them. Bye. Bye. A Hydra pally with dragon scale. The issue is the lack of synergies. I'm not really sure if you could ever really make it work with the lack of synergies. I mean, we could always theorize. So let's theorize, shall we? So Hydra is a non-paladin skill. All right, so that's our first point of theorization. It is an O skill. This means that the paladin would get absolutely no benefit from paladin only plus the skills. Okay, so you would have to use generic all skills. All right, so you would be limited to generic all skill equipment very specifically. You could, however, use Mage Fists. Mage Fists could be an interesting choice because of +1 fire skills. I'm not 100% sure if fire skills affects Hydra, but you could check it out. Obviously, you're going to have to build Conviction. That would be part of the build. So you would definitely want Conviction added into the mix. This would mean that you'd have to have a lot of really generic plus skill equipment on your character. Like, for instance, Mara's would probably be a very specific choice. You would obviously still use a torch, even though it wouldn't help out your Hydras. Instead of a good weapon, you're probably going to have to use something like Hoto. So Hoto may actually, you might actually want to use it in a actual real base. Can you make Hoto in a scepter? That's the question. Can you put Hoto in a scepter? Hoto. Staves or maces, but probably not scepters. That's a bit of a downside. Oh yeah, speaking of Hotos, how did your Hoto turn out? I had one of you guys tell me you were about to roll a Hoto, and I didn't. Tomac, how did your Hoto roll? Well, you have to actually cast the Hydra, that's the thing. So faster cast speed is also in this equation. Hoto War Scepter bug. Okay, so we can't use a War Scepter, or rather probably a more of a Caduceus. So that's a bit of a downside. We could always theorize this character right now using my new Hero Editor item pack. If you guys haven't gotten my Hero Editor item pack yet, then you need to, because reasons. Did I kill Diablo? I don't even remember if I killed Diablo. Did I kill the Diablo? Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it? I don't really freaking know. I was not paying attention. I was probably picking my nose. Tell your friends, tell your buddies, come on down with me. Let's all go around and we'll take a wee. Oh, let me kill Diablo real quick, and then we're gonna theorize the hell out of this character. Ooh, an amulet. Ooh, a harpoon. It's not ethereal though. Boo. Boo earns.
I can't carry anymore.
What do you need?
+1 assassin with nothing really that good on it. So it might be worth dropping in a swap game. It's kind of a low level. No good. Have anything else that needed to be identified? I guess not. Alright, let's theorize this character real quick. Why not? We got time. We got time. Using my handy dandy item pack, we can theorize 100 characters an hour. Alright, let me see if I can set this up so that you can see the window as well, because it's kind of boring just to watch a blank window. Let's see here. That is not it. Alright, let me put this over here like this. Hero Editor Extras. I actually need to make a character. So we're going to... Or do I need to make a character? Yeah, we'll make a character. Good old school Diablo 2. I'm going to create a Paladin. Ooh, that's so loud. It is very loud. GGM _ Hydra. Bink. Done. GGM Hydra has been created and should be located in the folder now. Yeah, every time Cody's up here, I can't bring Mr. Nimoy up here. Last thing I want is for Cody to get eaten by Mr. Nimoy. Mr. Nimoy to get eaten by Cody. And so they don't really mix very well. I keep telling my girlfriend that I can't bring Nimoy up here when Cody's up here, but Cody's such a bad boy a lot of the times, that there's really like no choice but to take him upstairs with me. Either that or he just like demolishes the house while I'm not there, which is certainly not preferable. Alright. That is definitely not the correct window. Okay, this window is a little finicky, and I hope you'll forgive me because I'm gonna, like, make it a weird size because it doesn't really quite work the way I want it to. I think that should be good. The problem with it is it always freezes up whenever the extra window closes, so as soon as I close the window, it just kind of freezes. And then if I reopen it, it works, but it's like, it's finicky. Yeah, it's just like that. Alright. So, obviously, this character is being designed around the dragon shield, right? So, that's what we have to build this character on. So, let's just go ahead and put him at level 99. His HP and his health really don't matter, so let's just go ahead and give him 600 and 300. We can calculate out his stats and stuff like that, but I'm just going to very quickly batch most of this stuff. 110 skill points. We are going to give him all the waypoints so that he can actually get to places. I'm going to save that. And stat points. I can't remember how many stat points it is for a... why can I not remember? It's 99 or 98 times 5 plus 15. 98 times 5 plus 15 is 505, I believe. So 505 points. There you go. Save. Alright, so here we go. Let's import the dragon shield. That's the first thing that we've got to import, right? So we're going to go ahead and go to the uniques, the shields, the Paladin Only shields. This is an elite shield, by the way. It's the Paladin Only elite shield. Alright, so dragon scale. So this is our dragon scale right here, and we're going to play with this. So what do we want to put in the dragon scale shield? To be honest with you, we're probably going to put a fire facet. Like, I feel like fire facets are going to play a big part in this character. So we might as well just go ahead and import a fire facet. So let's go ahead and actually let's import a couple fire facets. Let's do dyes, fire facet dyes, and let's just go ahead and just copy a bunch of these real quick because we're probably going to need a bunch of fire facets. Who frickin' knows? All right. For the helmet, I think the clear winner is probably Flickering Flame. However, Flickering Flame I don't have a confirmed good version of. So let's do this. Let's add in several Flickering Flames. And whichever one rolls the best, we will take the best of the lot. Where are you? Flickering Flame, helmet, Flickering Flame. Let's grab the Demon Head mask. Yeah, let's do the Demon Head mask. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do 4. We'll take the best of 4. That's how we'll do that. So whatever the best one of 4 is, we're going to take that. All right. We're going to cast. We're going to actually cast the Hydra. So we need an armor which is going to give us +2 skills. Plus skills is actually going to be like the most important thing here. I hate to do this because I almost never choose this armor for anything. But I think Enigma might be our best choice in this scenario. So I'm going to choose an Enigma Archon plate. As for the belt, I think there's no other choice other than a Arachnid's Mesh. We can't use anything other than Arachnid's Mesh because we need the plus skills desperately. So without the plus skills, we're not going to do very well, and so we need as many plus to skill equipment pieces as we can get, okay? And speaking of plus skill equipment, we're going to need Soges. So we're going to have to put 2 Soges on this character, which means we're going to be very hard up for things like cannot be frozen and whatnot, which hopefully, you know, we won't need. We're definitely going to need a Mara's. Mara's, I think, is our best bet for this particular build, so we're going to use Mara's. We also need a Hoto. I'm pretty sure Hoto is the best weapon that you can possibly put on this character, so we're going to put a Hoto on him. I was considering, though, putting a Hoto that actually functions as a weapon. It might seem kind of weird to you guys, but I think we're going to actually put a Hoto that functions as a weapon on him. So instead of a flail, we're going to edit it. So if you guys have never done this before, pay attention. This is actually a pretty complicated process. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to item code, item type code, and we're going to change the type of the item. But to do this, we have to drag the item away, and it will appear here in the item pickup slot. When we put it in the item pickup slot, it will allow us to edit further than what we were normally able to edit. So in the item code function, we're going to look for Scourge. And once we find Scourge, we're going to select it. It's going to give us a big old warning, which you guys can't see, that says this socketed item. The socketed items may screw up if you change this item. Only keep this change if you are sure about the total number of sockets will still be okay. Do you want to continue with this change? You have to click yes. Then you need to go into the sockets and you need to check the sockets which have changed. As you can see, they changed to 5. We need to change them back to 4 because Hoto is a 4-socket item, and then we need to save it. And now we have a Scourge. So instead of a Heart of the Oak, we have an actual Scourge item. All right, so that gives us 1 extra item there, which we can utilize. I'm kind of debating on whether Enigma is the right choice for this build because we don't have a lot of faster cast, and some extra fire facets might be nice. I'm really, really debating here whether or not we should go with a different armor. I'm so torn on this one, like super duper torn. Let's go for the boots real quick. I'll think about that one for a minute. For the boots, we're definitely going to need something to help restore our mana with. So we're probably going to want Silk Weaves. That's what I'm thinking inside my head is Silk Weaves. So let's go ahead and grab some Silk Weaves. And, you know, I might as well grab upped Silk Weaves for the additional defense. We're definitely going to be using Mage Fists. I don't really see any other choice. The plus fire skills on the Mage Fist is absolutely excellent and will give us 1 more skill to the Hydra, which we definitely desperately need. So definitely going to grab Mage Fists and throw those in here. There we go. Now we got Mage Fists. And then let's see. I guess we didn't need all these fire facets after all because they're not really going to help us out very much. We could prepare an alternate armor. I just can't for the life of me think of a really good choice. The only thing I can think of in my head, which might work, is Arcane's Valor. Arcane's Valor is +2 skills, and we could put a fire facet in it. So at that point, we have a nice +2 armor with a fire facet. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a torch, because we definitely need the torch. So let's see how... Uniques, class items, Paladin, torch. There we go, we got our nice torch. And then we also need an Annihilus charm. So let's go ahead and give ourselves an Annie. And then we need plus the skill equipment. So we're going to need things like skillers, I guess, or resistances. I'm not really 100% sure what to use for charms, because none of the charms are going to increase our Hydra damage. None of them. I'm really kind of like just torn on it. I don't really know what charms to use. Let's see here. Let me just go ahead and import a cube real quick. For him, a cube. There we go. We got a cube. Mana charms, life mana charms, or mana resistance charms sounds interesting. Let's try mana resistance charms, or actually you can't do mana resistance because mana is on the other side, so it would have to be life mana. I mean, we're basically building this as a Hydra character, so we're not really worried about like poison damage or anything like that because it's not going to do us any good. Let's do a mix of some life mana charms. You know what? Let's do combat skills. Let's do combat skills. I have an idea. I have an idea. An idea. Let's do a couple life manas, but we're gonna do life res. Life res. Then we're gonna do combat skillers. Mana may be a waste, but since I'm casting spells and I need mana to cast the spells, it's going to be an interesting combination. I have to cast these Hydras, and I've got to keep them up on a regular basis. So if I don't have enough mana to do that, the entire build goes right into the tank. Just goes right into the tank. Into the pooper. Into the pooper scooper. Insight does not work unless you have mana for insight to work on. That is a common misconception. You cannot actually get good effect from insight unless you actually have mana to utilize, and it's a very big issue if you're not paying attention to what you're doing. Low mana characters using an insight doesn't solve anything. I need. Where are my frickin' regular? They're miscellaneous. That's right. Charms, Grand, Skillers, Paladin, Combat Skillers. Alright, so let's save him. And you know, now that I think about it, I need to calculate the mana out correctly, otherwise we don't really know what the hell's going on. So let me do a quick calculation on this to get his mana correct. This is not just a test of the character's damage output. This is also a test of his survivability and how much mana he has at any given point. So he has 3 life per. Let's see here. 1.5 mana per level. So 1.5 mana per level. He starts with 14 mana, which is pathetic. And that's 98 times 1.5. 147 plus 14. It's 161 is what his base would be. 161 mana on his base. And you know what? We will give him a mercenary, and we're going to give the mercenary an insight. But I want to have some mana to actually regenerate. That's kind of the important bit. What mercenary would we actually use with this? I mean, we're a conviction character. Can't get insight. We could get insight on a bow girl, which might be a better use of the conviction. Perhaps a insight on a freezing arrow bow girl. That actually sounds a little bit better than insight on a Act 2 Merc. But we do need a tank, though, since we're not going to be the tank. Choices. Choices. Let's just go ahead with the Desert Mercenary for now. It doesn't really matter which one. We're just going to deck him out, and then we're going to, we'll switch him if we need to. Mercenary, alive, save. We're just going to import him an insight, and we're going to import his rest of his equipment. We really need him to be tanky, though, since we obviously that's the goal here. We need a tanking merc, so we're going to have to build him according to those guidelines. So let's get his rune word weapon first. Obviously, he's obviously going to have an insight. That's his weapon. Do we want it in a cryptic axe? I think a cryptic axe might be the best choice. Alright, he's got his insights, and let's give him a tankier setup than probably normally people would do. So what we're going to do to give him a tanky setup, this is something I've done before on several characters, is I'll give him a ethereal Guardian Angel Templar coat and something like a Kira's Guardian, which will make him a little bit harder to take down. Actually, Insight doesn't have any lifesteal on it, does it? It does not have any lifesteal on it, does it? No, it does not. In that case, we need some form of lifesteal. Let me rethink my helmet choice here. I think Crown of Ages, ethereal, upped would be a pretty good choice for him right at this particular moment. And then, you know what? Let's give him 2 runes so that his resistances are capped. Right. I think we're good to go. I'm not sure if I've missed anything. I don't think I missed anything. We have an option for the armor. We've got skillers. We've got 4 helmets to choose from. We've got pretty much everything decked out here. So yeah, I think we're good to go. All right, let's transfer him over and let's see what the hell we've got. GGM Hydra. Your debut is today, my buddy, my pal, my buddy pal, my pal buddy. Buddy, my buddy and me. GGM Hydra. What's up, J-Liz? Alright, so first things first, let's just give him the strength he needs to actually utilize his equipment. Did I put the frickin' runes in wrong on these or something? What the hell's going on? I probably did put the runes in wrong. Nef, Paul, Vex. Nef, Vex, Paul. Look at me. I am dumb as a bag of rocks. Nef, Paul, Vex. What the hell, buddy? What are you thinking in your head? Oh man, that means my pack is messed up. Oh well, 1 rune word messed up out of 1,000. 1 rune word messed up out of 1,000. Poopy doopy poopy pants. Alright, hold on. Ja ist burr. That's right. Ja ist burr. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna fix the rune word. You know what I was just thinking? Does the negative enemy fire resistance even apply to does it even apply to the Hydras? Are the Hydras considered minions, or are they considered like a spell? Like, are they like traps, like on the Trap Assassin, where the Trap Assassin doesn't get negative enemy lightning resistance for having the Hydras out? Because now I'm confused. I wonder if I messed up all the flickering flame helmets, or was it just the mask? See, now I'm curious. I am very curious indeed. See, I should have tested them. And because I didn't test them, I am terrible. I am a terrible human being. A human being of terribleness. Can't see the frickin' sockets on them without loading them in. It counts for your character, but it doesn't count for minions. And that's the question is do the Hydras count as minions? Here, let me just look it up real quick. Does negative enemy fire resistance apply to Hydras? With the sole exception of the Hydra. So it does apply to the Hydra. The Hydra is not considered a pet then. That answers that question succinctly. The Hydra is not considered a pet. So they are not considered a trap, a minion. They're just a spell. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Alright, well, since I don't know whether these helmets are actually properly made, let's just do this, just for the fun of it. So we don't have to come back. So if they are not made properly, I should be able to very simply create them. So it's Nef Hull Vex. I totally input the rune word in wrong. So sad. I just uploaded that pack to everybody too. So it's wrong in all the packs, by the way. It's an error in all the packs. I am a terrible individual. A worthless scum. Worthless scum. Scum. I mean, hey, Kingpin's made tons of errors in his pack. I can hardly be blamed for fixing them. And then making a couple of my own in the process. I will refine the pack in future versions. In future versions. In future versions, I will fix my mistakes, and when I am done, I will buy lots of rakes, and I will throw the rakes into the river of life. Did I import runes? I thought I imported Vex runes. See, now you got me double guessing myself. The runes were for something else. Don't make me second guess myself. You're making me second guess. I do not like. You mega miss that. You know what? I'll just load into the game. Why not? Throw the rakes into the river of life. I didn't do runes. I didn't do runes. You tricksy rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Hey, well, these are correct. I just messed up the mask, I guess. Okay, well, whatever. I just messed up the mask. Booey patooey. See, now I'm not so sad anymore. Okay, so this is 11 enemy fire resistance. This one is 15. This one is 12. This one is 15. Okay, so we got two 15s, not bad, and we got one with level 8 fire res. I think that's the better of the two. So we'll definitely use that one. Throw away all the rest. Who needs these icky ones? Who needs these icky ones? We don't need no icky wickies. Oh, no, we don't. We don't need no icky bickies. No, we don't. We need no icky vickies. No icky vickies. We don't need none of them icky vickies. Take all them icky vickies away from me. We don't want no icky vickies on my tree. Icky vickies. No. Icky vickies. Alright, as much as I like Enigma and as much as I like the ability to teleport, I have a feeling that it's just not enough negative enemy fire resistance. We need more if we're going to get this to work. We need more negative enemy fire resistance. So I'm going to have to sacrifice the Enigma for the Arcane's Valor, which is going to give us negative 5 enemy lightning resistance more, which brings us to a very nice total of negative 20% enemy fire resistance. We can also put one facet in the shield, which for some reason I don't have a facet in my shield. Didn't I put a facet in the shield? Turn them and I put it in there. Doot. Lo and behold, there was an angel, and he said to you that you did forget to put the facet in there, and that you should not be angry at your keyboard, and you should not be angry at your mouse, and you should not kill all the creatures of God's green earth, because you dideth forgetteth, you dideth forget. You dideth forgetteth, you dideth forgetteth. Where the hell's my unique miscellaneous? Where is my unique miscellaneous? I need a unique miscellaneous. Probably passed you by. I don't really know where I lost you. Unique miscellaneous. Crossbows, boots, scepters, crushing blow, testing rune words, the Ice King, new rune words. Rune word test, daggers, armors, cursed, unique special. I think that's it. I think that's it. They're special uniques. Special. Oh, special. Fire facet. I got a fire facet, and I put it in a bank. I got a fire facet, and it's great for me, cause I don't gotta go back and edit it in, and I can just use it and be real cool, cause a fire facet. Yeah, a fire facet. Yeah. Fire facet, yeah. We got a fire facet, yeah. Alright. Enough with the fire facets. Okay. So we definitely need conviction to make this work. So let's go ahead and go down to conviction. We only need it to be level 25. So let's go ahead and beef it up until we get to level 25. I went way too high. I was looking at the base skill level, not the other skill level, because I'm a doofus. Don't be a doofus like me, folks. Be a doofus not like me. Don't be a doofus like me. You probably don't want to be a doofus anyway, but please don't be a doofus like me. Let's try that again with less stupidity action. There we go. Alright. Now, what do we do with the rest of our 94 skill points? I'm assuming max Holy Shield, because why not? I mean, defensive purposes, you might as well have max Holy Shield. Let's just go ahead and pop that on. We might as well get max block too if we're going to be a Paladin, so I feel like that's a good defensive strategy. So let's just go ahead and drop in some dexterity until we hit 75% block chance. There we go. So let's go ahead and dump the rest into vitality, which gives us a nice, decent amount of HP. As for the rest of our skill points, since we're a caster-based class, what I had kind of figured is that if we're going to be a caster-based class that's going to summon Hydras, why not also be a caster-based class that summons other things? But, I mean, that uses other casting abilities as well. So we could potentially be a Holy Bolt Paladin. We could potentially be a Blessed Hammer Paladin, although we can't use Blessed Hammer and Conviction at the same time, so it kind of rules that out. We could also potentially be a Fist of the Heavens Paladin, or a combination of Holy Bolt Fist of the Heavens, which could work really well together. Not really a whole lot we can do over here, except for maybe like grab Redemption Aura. I feel like we got plenty of points though, so we might as well just grab Redemption Aura specifically so we can use it during combat. We don't need meditation because we're going to be using meditation from our mercenary, so that's pretty solid. And speaking of the mercenary, let's go get him set up real quick. I feel like Holy Freeze is like our best choice here, because we don't need accuracy, so we don't need the Blessed Aim. We don't really care about Thorns. Might, we're not a physical damage character. Defiance, we don't really need a defense. We've got tons of defense. So I think Holy Freeze is really our best choice. So let's grab Ashab. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Oh, almost made the big boo-boo. Almost made the big... Oh, no, I dropped everything on the ground first. I was about to say I almost made the big boo-boo. I almost did, but I didn't. I didn't make the boo-boo, though. I need some gold. Forgot to give this character gold. There should be some in the shared stash, though, I think. Yeah, plenty.
I am overburdened.
Alright, hire Ashab. Let's go.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Alright, let's go get him his runes, because I think he needs them. Yeah, he's not at the maximum resistances. We need him to be at the maximum resistances. That's the entire point of putting that equipment on him, was so he would have max res, and he would be a lot easier to deal with. Let's try one rune first. That brings him to 80. Let's try a second rune. That brings him to 90. Okay, so he's at 90% res. Should be a lot mo better. A lot mo better. Okay, so what are we doing for our skill points? I'm thinking Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt. That's my thinking on this. Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt together. So let's go ahead and grab Fist of the Heavens. Max out Holy Bolt, max out Fist of the Heavens. And then, do we want to actually build the damage from Fist of the Heavens? I don't really know if we want to build the damage from Fist of the Heavens, but we do have 22 extra points that we could do whatever the hell we wanted with. And I don't really know if it's a bad idea to just dump 20 points into Holy Shock so we get the lightning damage. I mean, utilitarian-wise, Salvation comes in handy a lot, so definitely 1 point there. Yeah, I mean, we really don't have anything else to spend it on, so we might as well. So let's just go ahead and dump 20 points into Holy Shock, and that'll give us our max Fist of the Heavens damage. And then we could drop the other points into... we got one more point. I don't even know what the hell we'd put it in. Meditation. Why not? There you go. Alright, so we need our Hydra casting button. So we got Z for our Hydra casting button. It's going to overwrite our conviction whenever we try to cast it. Let's put Fist of the Heavens on X, and let's put Holy Bolt as our main attack. Alright, so let's test out the damage on these guys. Let's see what player count we're on real quick. I forgot to check. So we are on player count 8. So let's see how these Hydras do in player count 8. We are looking at negative 150% resistance with negative 25% enemy fire resistance, as well as plus 25% fire skill damage, which means we are looking at a total of 291 for the cap, which could potentially be increased by 100%. So we're looking at a maximum of about 382. Wait, 482, right? Do I got that right? Let me just use a calculator because I'm terrible at quick math. 291 times 2 is 582. We're looking at like a maximum of like 582. Let me check and see if the fire skill damage... Actually, the fire skill damage is on the item. How could we check this? I don't really know how we can check this without actually, like, ripping an item off. And then, of course, the plus to skills comes with it, so... There's really no way to check and see if the fire skill damage is actually adding to the skill before or after. Let's assume for a second that the fire skill damage is not being applied to it for some reason. Or actually, yeah, I know how to do this. Hold on. Let me just look up Hydra. There we go. I'm going to look up Hydra on Amazon Basin, and that'll answer our question really succinctly. Alright, so our current Hydra level is level 25. So a level 25 Hydra would be 215 damage, min, 246 damage max. So that answers our question pretty succinctly. It does look like the fire skill damage is applying. Unless they bumped up the fire damage on the Hydras, and I was... Did they bump up the fire damage on the Hydras in the patch? In 2.4? I thought they did have changes to the Hydras in 2.4. Let's look up the 2.4 patch notes real quick. Amazon Basin, unfortunately, it seems to be very old information, so sometimes you can't quite trust it. Hydra. Casting delay removed. Limit max number 6. It doesn't say anything about increasing their damage. Nothing is written about increasing their damage. So it does look like the fire skill damage is being calculated in already. Yeah, I could do CTA on the offhand for a for another +1 skill, I guess. Might not be a bad idea. Do I got a CTA just sitting around though? That's the question. can't remember. Let me just edit in a CTA set real quick, because if we're going to do this build justice, we need it as high as we can possibly get. And without a CTA setup, we're not really as high as we can possibly get, are we? So, so let's just grab some of those items real quick. It shouldn't take more than a second. Import item. Item pack, rune words, shield, spirit. Let's grab a Zacharium shield or a sacred Rondash. That's fine. +2 skills from the Rondash, and then the CTA. Skin of the Viper might be better for FCR, but you have to remember that there's a maximum number of 6 Hydras, and I don't really know if FCR is really going to do that much better as far as Hydra damage. That's why I was thinking about the +2 skills versus the +1 skills, because I feel like the plus skills is probably the most important thing here, considering we have relatively low level Hydra, very, very low level Hydra. And so we need to bump it up as high as possible. That's why I'm taking the time here to actually edit in the CTA. I don't normally use CTAs, but I do feel like that extra +1 skill could actually go a long way on this particular character, because even just 1 skill point might make a huge difference on the character and how it plays. All right, so he is CTAs are edited in. I didn't even check my resistances to see what I was at. My resistances might be god-awful. I forgot to even look.
Good day.
Alright, so there's our CTA. There's our Spirit or Sacred Rondash. Where am I from, Nordman? I'm from the East Coast. I'm in Virginia. In the United States of America. 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 It's too bad you lose so many plus to skills. By using Trangs, because Trangs could be an interesting combination with this set. Since it's fire-based, you could use Trang's gloves, Trang's belt, and Trang's helmet, and you could gain the firewall and fireball. And you could use Hydra, firewall, and fireball together. And everything would kind of mesh. But I feel like you would lose a lot. You lose +1 from the Mage Fists. You lose +3 from the helmet. And then you would lose +2 from the armor. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's +6 that you're missing out on, which is really a lot of damage. I feel like that +6 would be detrimental to the Hydras and make the entire Hydra build kind of bunked. Let's see here. That's not right. Where's this? No, that's not right either. Bink. Bink. Alright. So let's do this. We got our little calls. So let's go F3, F4. I have a part-time job, Nordman, but I would appreciate eventually if I could make it to full-time. Full-time here and no time there. But right now I'm working basically full-time here and part-time at my my day job, so to speak. As every one of you members really makes a big difference in that, by the way. The monthly income from the memberships is huge. I mean, I got 11 new members today, so I'm hardly going to complain. But if any of you guys want to, you know, subscribe as a member to the channel, it really helps out. You can also do my Patreon if you don't, you know, if you don't want to do membership on YouTube. There is actually some unique merchandise that you can get through the Patreon that you can't get anywhere else.
Not here.
All right, so we currently have level... Where's my Hydras at? Level 26 Hydra, 269 to 307 damage. Let's go ahead and cast some, and let's see how this rolls. Of course, I got to hit the monsters that are immune to fire, right? Oh, there you go, Nordman. Thank you, sir. Nordman, the new member. I mean, I'm certainly not having any trouble killing anything with Fist of the Heavens, but I'm trying to, like, test the Hydras themselves, because I feel like that's what we came here for. So... Now, there are other options that I was considering. Some of them were things like, instead of a plus skill armor, just like a J-mod armor with 4 facets, which could be better. I don't know if that would be better. Also, a Crown of Ages with 2 fire facets might be another interesting choice. The problem with both of those choices is I'm bringing down the total damage of the Hydras by reducing my plus to skills. So I'm not really sure how well that works out. There's also an issue here with the fact that my freaking Hydra is on the right click. So I can't cast the Hydra with my left click. And so every time I cast the Hydras, I'm taking conviction off the monsters. And then when I cease casting, then the Hydras are able to actually attack. And it's just kind of weird. It's it doesn't really function correctly. Let's try this on players 1, because that was players 8. I know that was kind of unimpressive, but don't be too unimpressed. It was players 8. And let me change this to players 1. I just want to get an idea of whether it's capable of actually doing content in players 1, the Hydras, and then we'll go from there. Alright, CTA is up. I mean, in players 1, it seems to be doing okay. Certainly not terrible. Certainly not terrible. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it, man. If you like my videos, be sure to hit the like button, guys, because believe it or not, it helps the algorithm a lot, and you know, helps me get more viewers. And more viewers means more time that I can spend with you guys. Plus, it helps to impress my girlfriend. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually more for the girlfriend. She'll be like, "Oh my God, you got like that many likes on the video! Like, oh my God, you had like that many people watching last night." And then she's not so mad when I come to bed at like 3 a.m. in the morning. I mean, oh, she's still mad, but she's not that mad. She gets less mad when you know it's important. I mean, the build's not super expensive either, which kind of is surprising. Like, I mean, a torch and an Annie is not really too hard to come by. Yeah, they're kind of like really high resistance torches and Annies, but you can do a crappy Paladin torch and a crappy Annie. The combat skillers aren't even really important to this build, so they're not even included. I wouldn't even include these in the build. The most expensive items for this build are really the Arachnid's Mesh, the Sojas, and the Maras. Flickering Flame, Heart of the Oak, they're not like super expensive. Dragon Scales, people give them things away for free. Nobody frickin' wants them. Mage Fists, by the time you end up, you know, like later on in ladder, everybody has a pair of Mage Fists, so nobody's like clamoring over those. Silk Weaves are pretty common as well. You can usually pick those up just about anywhere. Honestly, not really a super expensive build. I mean, the CTA, probably a little, you know, kind of expensive. And I don't know. I kind of was planning on hopping off, Chicho, and then I saw, well, all you lovely viewers today, and I was having so much fun chatting with you guys that I felt like I should probably just hang around and have fun with you instead of logging off. And then somebody talked about a Hydra Paladin, and I'm over here playing a Hydra Paladin now, so... I mean, it's a little slow going, but it certainly is not terrible, and it could be augmented. So instead of just standing here like a kid with a thumb up his ass, you know, I could be obviously casting my Hydras and then casting Holy Bolts like this, and I could be augmenting the damage in some way, shape, or form, which I feel like probably is, you know, unfair to Hydra, that I'm just kind of standing here and letting them do their thing. Or I could be using Fist of the Heavens, and I could be wiping the floor with stuff. I mean, it seems like it flows really well with a caster-type class, and the only caster-type class that really uses Conviction is the Holy Bolt / Fist of the Heavens Paladin. So, you know, you could kind of like mix it together with the Holy Bolt Fist of the Heavens Paladin, I guess. I don't really know. I kind of want to get to Diablo, though, and I want to see how Diablo rolls. I'm gonna change Diablo to Players 8, and we're gonna see how long it takes us to kill Players 8 Diablo. I think it'll be funny. Because if there's one thing that Hydras are good at, okay? If there's one thing that Hydras have always been good at, it's single target damage. You guys might not think it, because Hydras are making all these weird attacks, and you know, you've got all these fireballs flying in all these different directions. But Hydras are best when you're targeting a single monster. So I'm really kind of interested to see how they do on Diablo, especially given the fact that I'll have multiple, you know, ways of reducing his resistances. I've got my Conviction, I've got the negative 25% fire res, which means he should theoretically be at negative 100% fire. It'll be interesting to see kind of like how this goes. So this guy is immune to fire, but with my conviction aura up, he's not. Look how fast he's dying to the Hydras, even though he's immune to fire. That's a little impressive. It's a little impressive. I actually paid somebody to make my intro on Fiverr. I've actually been kind of in love with Fiverr. There's all these people on there that do these little tiny jobs, is what I like to call them. They're like, you know, like you go on there and you tell somebody you're a graphic artist, right? And they're like, oh, you're a graphic artist, huh? Well, can you paint me a Mona Lisa? And they're like, sure. Like, here's the price scheme. I'll paint you a Mona Lisa. And they're like, and you're like, oh, well, dang, all right, well, give me one then. And then you do it, and then you never talk to that person again, like ever again. I've actually contracted that person a couple times though, because I like their work, and it definitely does seem like they have some pretty amazing stuff. I actually asked them if they could send me the intro music file that they used for my intro music, and they said they lost it somewhere, so I guess I'll never see it. I mean, I kind of gave them a direction, and they did their best to make the direction, you know, match what I wanted. I didn't tell them exactly what music I wanted, but I told them the kind of the vibe that I wanted it, and I gave them an example of something, and basically told them I can't use this because this is copyrighted, and they were like, all right, well, I'll see what I can do. All right, let's change it to players 8 because I want to get an idea of like how long it takes me to kill like a players 8 Diablo. I think that's a good test. Good morning, Shinoe Sabusa. Okay, so before I fight this Diablo, before I fight him, I want to make it very clear that this is a test of the Hydras, not of my Holy Bolt, not of my Fist of the Heavens. This is a test of the Hydras, okay? We are going to test and see how long it takes the Hydras to kill players 8 Diablo in this setup, all right? And you know what? We might as well bring our stopwatch back up. I actually closed it out entirely because I thought we were done with the stopwatch. But no. But no. I thought we was done with the stopwatch. But no. Alright, so this is going to be the test of just the Hydras, boys. Just the oh, we didn't pop all the seals? What seal did we miss? P8 Diablo, just the Hydras. P8 Diablo, just the Hydras. Yeah, die. I have to let the Hydras lapse because otherwise he won't have conviction under his feet. So I think I'm going to have to like let them die and then renew them real fast. And then let them die and renew them real fast. Otherwise he won't have conviction under his feet and it's not really a fair test. So we really have to just like let the Hydras work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We also have a mercenary too, so that's important to consider, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About a minute and 33 seconds to kill P8 Diablo with Hydras. It's not bad. I'm gonna say viable. I'm gonna say this build that I just created in probably about 30 minutes is viable. Not only does he have access to Hydras, obviously level 25 Hydras, he also has access, obviously, to the Holy Bolt skill, and he has access to Fist of the Heavens. He could have been spamming Holy Bolts at Diablo while the Hydras were attacking. So he could have been on a rotation. He could have been doing 6 Hydras, Holy Bolt, 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 6 Hydras, Holy Bolt, Holy Bolt, Holy Bolt, Holy Bolt, Holy Bolt, Holy Bolt, Holy Bolt. And honestly, the fight probably would have lasted no time at all. A minute and 34 seconds was just the Hydras. So we could have been doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, let's count it out real quick, shall we? Okay, let's summon 1 Hydra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. About 25 Holy Bolts in between the Hydra casts. So we could have cast basically 6 Hydras really fast. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why am I only getting 4? I thought it was 6. What the hell's going on? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. About 20. I'll say 20. Foul for a pull? Yeah, I'd do a foul for a pull any day. Are you the one getting the pull? Take it. I find foul runes all the time. I find pull runes like never. Pull runes are like my bane of my existence. Now, if you're the one trading the pull for a foul rune, I probably wouldn't do it. He needs to give you like 3 or 4 foul runes to equal a pull, in my opinion. Not really sure how far down the list of foul and the pull are. Let me take a quick look at a quick look at the runes. So foul is 2 below a pull. So yeah, it's probably about 4 to 1 or 5 to 1 or something like that, or maybe even more. Because it takes 3 fouls to make a lem, and then it takes 3 lems to make a pull. So you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's basically a ratio of 9 to 1. So each pull rune is effectively worth 9 foul runes, just simply in like transmutation value. Like I said, I find foul runes all the time. I barely find any pull runes either. Like it's insane. Like I'm always out of pulls. Never got enough pulls. I got lums. I got lums coming out of my anus, but no pulls. Not a single pull in existence. Pulls are for fools. Fools, I say, fools. Fools. I mean, if they're willing to pay you a pull for a foul, I mean, go ahead and do it. If your conscience is bothering you, throw in some other runes. Like, throw in a couple other runes. Like a little, give him a little sweetener. Be like, here, I'll give you a limb. A lums. I'll give you a couple lums. Give him a couple lums. Get like 2 lums with the pull rune, or the foul rune. I think I've got like 3 fouls in my inventory on live right now. Like just just right now, I got like 3 fouls just sitting there. GGM's fart stained lums. That's right. You want some of them? Because I've got. You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking, sir? I'm not even joking. I'm gonna go show you my fart stained lums. I'm gonna log right into my character right now. We're gonna make a game called GGM1 with password 16, and I'm gonna show you all my stupid lums. Look at all these lums. Hold on. Watch. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just on this character. I've got 6 lums on this character, and I give them away on a regular basis. I don't know where they come from. They just appear out of no man's land. And I'm pretty sure that I had, on offline, I literally had a character that was just, like, full of lums. Like, that was, like, his entire life was just the lum collector. Where's my lum collector? I'm so curious. I think I was hiding runes on one of these mules. I don't remember which one. Let me check my mules. Oh yeah, IOs. For some reason I get a million IOs too. I can just like never get rid of the damn things. I don't use them for anything. They're just always way too many IOs. I mean, look at all these freaking IOs I've got in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 IOs, and I'm pretty sure I've got more in here. 8, 9 IOs. Oh look, here's some more lums. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lums. Those are not the same lums that are on my other characters. This is non-ladder. That was ladder. Okay, so get it. I got a burr in here though. Anybody want a burr? A burr I never used. Sadness. The burr that never got used before ladder finished, or non-ladder finished. Well, ladder started. Lord of the Flies. Yeah, always have so many doles, but I usually sell the doles. I'm gonna be honest with you. I usually sell them straight to the NPC. Oh look, more lums. 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys thought I was kidding. Just way too many lums. I don't even understand. It's just all over the place. I just start cramming them. And stuff. Like, I'm just like, here, put them in this mule. Here, put them in this mule. Anybody want any lums? You'll hear me, like, during a stream. I'll be like, anybody want any lums? Anybody want any lums? I got some lums. I gave some lums. I give you 5 lums. What's the lums? Nobody takes that offer. Nobody takes the offer. Nobody wants the lums. They don't want them. They don't want the lums. If you don't have a grief, what should you use? There's plenty of items. Plenty of items. What kind of character are you? Are you a fanaticism paladin? Is that what you said? I can't really quite. You said fanaticy. Are you pure physical fanaticism paladin, or do you have other effects in there besides your physical damage? Because if you're a pure fizz paladin, I mean, grief is not really going to do you very many favors, because grief is literally just going to add even more physical damage to your physical damage. I mean, yeah, it's good, but like you're going to be pure fizz, and pure fizz is terrible. I might recommend to you that you use principal armor and my Godzilla build if you're going to be a pure physical paladin, just to give yourself something else besides physical damage. To do my Godzilla build, what you need is the principal armor plus laying of hands, gloves, plus 20 points into Fist of the Heavens. And that is literally the Godzilla build. And you can incorporate that into your physical Zealer, and it will help you tremendously, because you'll have another element besides just physical damage. As for a weapon that you could potentially use in place of grief until you get it, there's lots of other choices. You can use Breath of the Dying and a Berserker's Axe. You can use Baronera's Star. It's a pretty decent one. You can try and get your hands on an Azure Wrath. That's actually not a bad one either. There is, trying to think like other options. Somebody said Death Cleaver, but that's a pretty rare one. I don't know if you're going to be able to get your hands on a Death Cleaver. Death is not a bad one. If you can't afford a grief yet, Death is actually a pretty good rune word for a Zealer. It's not particularly fast, but it is really high damage, and you want to make it in an ethereal base. The highest rune in it is a Vex. It's Vex Gull. So all you need is a Vex rune and a Gull rune, and you can make yourself a Death. You can put that in either a Ethereal Etten Axe or Ethereal Berserker's Axe, whichever one you would want. Crescent Moon is decent, but it's not physical damage, and that's what he's building, is physical damage. It's definitely nice, but it's not... I don't think it's going to fit his build. I'm not really sure, man. I'm not really sure. It really depends on what you've got, like what you've got running. I mean, there's a lot of choices for like items that will get you through. Like Oath isn't too bad. Oath is also indestructible, and it can be made in a ethereal base, I believe. So it's Shale, Pull, Mal, Lum, and Mal being the most expensive rune there. And Mal's not really that expensive. Does anybody have an ethereal 5-socket Berserker's Axe? Anybody? Because I actually do have a... actually, before I even go that far, are you on ladder or non-ladder? Baronera's Star used to be the best in slot item for Zealers in the patch that it was released. Since then, it has been dwarfed by other more powerful items. But believe it or not, Baronera's Star at one time was actually one of the best in slot items in the game. How many gulls can you get with a burr rune? Like a freaking butt ton. Gull runes are really, really low on the list. I don't even think you would be able to fit them all inside of a freaking trade window. I mean, you're talking about like really far down the list. Gullrune is number 25 on the list, and it requires 2 to transmute up, whereas a Burrune is number 30, so it's 5 up. And you're talking about two gulls to make a Vex, and then you're talking about 2 more to make a second Vex, and then you need, like, it gets kind of insane at that point. I don't even know what the translation would be. I'm assuming a lot. Nobody's got 100 gulls laying around. You're gonna have to get some change, okay? You're gonna have to get, like, okay, a couple Vexes here, like an Rune. Like, somebody's gonna have to, like, put together like a stack of runes and be like, here's like everything I've got for that Burr rune. You're on non-ladder bow. Well, I literally just said I had a Burr rune sitting on a non-ladder character. Literally have a Burr rune just sitting on a non-ladder character. Let me see here. Give me a second. I might even have a Grief sitting around on somebody. In fact, most of the stuff on my non-ladder characters is kind of up for grabs. Trying to think what I've got that I could give you. What I really, really got. I wanna. I got a death on her, but it's ethereal. Not really sure if that's what you're looking for because it's an Etten axe. I got so much stuff laying around on everybody, I'm not really sure what to give you. Maniac is using a very specific item. It's not really going to be good for you. Convictor has an F Breath of the Dying. It's actually my first Breath of the Dying that I ever made. Would you like a F Breath of the Dying Berserker's Axe? It's actually not on him for some reason. he's not wearing it. I must have taken it from him. Oh no, there it is. GGM Convictor's Berserker Axe. Oh yes, I even personalized it. I tell you what, if you can get to game name GGM12 password 16 bow, I will give the item to you for free. It's yours. It may not be a grief, but I guarantee you this weapon will do you very well. On PS4 it still says personalized on the item and not your name. It's a pretty terrible roll, Breath of the Dying, though, I have to tell you guys. My first Breath of the Dying roll on Diablo 2 Resurrected didn't really turn out very good. But it's still an F Breath of the Dying, and it's personalized by me, so... Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. You can only play on old Diablo 2. So you're not on Diablo 2 Resurrected? Oh, man. Well, I can't give you anything then. I think all my characters on Diablo 2 are all gone. They're all gone.
Not here. Not in town.
I wonder if there's anyone really still playing Diablo 2 Classic now that Diablo 2 Resurrected is out. I mean, you could always trade for one. Timochar. Timochar, are you just now joining the stream? Because we've been going for like 6 hours and 47 minutes. We've been going for a really long time. And I'm using the word broken in the stream to represent terribleness, not broken to represent like mega broken awesomeness. No, this is bad broken. The bad kind of broken. Like the actual, like, toss a mirror on the ground and it shatters into a million pieces kind of broken. The bad kind. Since we've kind of already gone over all that, Timotar, I'll give you a brief explanation of what we tested, because we tested like tons and tons and tons of things. Moral of the story is that poison damage is interfered with by other types of damage. So when you are, say, like a poison necromancer or a rabies druid who uses summons, every single time your skeletons tap a target, or every time your mercenary pokes a target, the poison damage stops. Okay? And the more monsters you have hitting a target, the more your poison damage is paused, essentially. And it doesn't resume where it left off either. It's terrible. It just resumes wherever it wants to resume. And so basically you get less and less poison damage the more things are hitting the monster, to the point where literally if you have enough monsters hitting a target, the poison damage does 0. It's a pretty big bug, and I think that it needs some attention. Well, not necessarily poison sucks, but poison sucks in groups. If you use it by itself, like if you're not in a group and you're using it by yourself, like if you're single player or something like that, it seems to work just fine. It's only when you bring other monsters, other people, minions, and everything else into the equation that it gets really bad. Like, you can actually kill a monster extremely fast with poison, but as long as you're attacking, as long as anything is attacking the monster, the poison damage goes down, and it continually goes down the more monsters are hitting it. So it's like, if you're in a group with a whole bunch of other people, you're basically doing nothing. But if you're by yourself and you're playing with your wang, I mean, then you actually got something going on. But, like, you can't do that in the group. Like, in the group, your poison damage is awful, but by yourself, your poison damage is great. It's a pretty bad thing. I mean, the only real reason to do that, Jin, would be to have a alternative damage type. Like, you're not doing it to have, like, massive, amazing poison. You're doing it to have another damage type, so that when you come across a monster that's lightning immune, you can kill them with the poison. Or when you come across a monster that's lightning and physical immune, you can kill them with the poison. Solo self-found builds usually end up forming themselves ecoms. I usually just end up kind of going with the flow. Like, whatever equipment I end up getting, like, tends to be whatever I end up playing. Like, it's not really so much a matter of, like, what do I want to build, as what gear did I find. Javelin is easy solo self-found just simply because you can just use a white javelin. You don't even need anything special. Like, you literally legit can just use a white javelin. And usually what I end up doing on a solo self-found javelin is I imbue a javelin. I find a maiden javelin or whatever the normal difficulty javelin is, and I just imbue it. And then I just go from there. It usually ends up being 10 times better than anything I've got anyway. Solo self-found summon Necro is also insanely easy. Like, you pretty much just put on whatever the hell you want, and it's just whatever. You just put it on, done, got it. Be naked. You just can literally beat hell difficulty naked. It doesn't even matter. Wrong. This guy's been posting on all my videos, and he keeps posting all this wrong stuff. I literally said 4-socket crystal sword in normal difficulty is kind of a waste of a quest when you can just find one at 4 sockets from nightmare difficulty. And he said crystal swords won't need a quest socket to hit 4 sockets, and they hit 6, not 4 from the quest. This guy doesn't know that literally you can get a 4-socket sword from cows. I'm not sure what this guy is smoking. It can play Diablo though, can it, Bow? Over there playing Diablo on it. Diablo got some D2. Well, since you're playing classic Diablo 2, you should download my item pack so you can have fun with all them, all the cool items I've got, so you can test out characters and stuff. That's like half the fun of Diablo is playing around and testing characters and just doing cool stuff and just. That's right. Farming stuff? What do you mean farming stuff? What am I farming? Diablo 2 Resurrected is gambling. What are you talking about? This game is gambling. That's what we do. We like to gamble. But not with money. We gamble with our time and our lives, and we kill all the monsters, and we put them in the grave and loot their corpse. And if they don't got the item that we want, we move on to the next one. I'm dying. Coughing fit right in the middle of a song. Terrible. That's right, I'm farming the views. I gotta farm them view hairs. All them view hairs. Get it? View hairs? Get it? Viewers? View hairs? Doll hairs? Dollars? View hairs? Made up a new word today, boys. Made up a new word. The view hairs.
I can't carry anymore.
A jawbone visor that's rare. A terrible jawbone visor that's rare. Your jawbone visor was bad and you should feel bad. What's up, Joshua? How goes it, son? Greater claws. I like greater claws. Ooh, Eth greater claws. Mmm. Aw, let down. I'm still 96. I'm 4 pips away from 97. Working on it. I've had spent too much time on everything else. If I had spent my every waking hour on leveling up, I probably would have made 99. But I spent a lot of that time on videos and like real life stuff and making sure my girlfriend doesn't kill me and you know. Nauseous puzzler. Does anybody need a teleport staff? A teleport staff? A teleport staff? Does anybody need a teleport staff? Because I've got one in my hand. Itchy mustache.
I can't carry anymore.
It's difficult past 95. Further past 95 you get is definitely difficult. I feel like I really need to hit 97. That's going to take a couple days. Judging by the speed that I normally go, it's probably going to take a couple days for me to hit 97. Mainly just because I don't have 8 players to help me, you know, fill the games. That is a big problem. I found a walking stick and I put it in the ground and I told my friends that I was gonna drown and it really sucked 'cause it wasn't very good, but my friends fell for the trick in the hood. I didn't really want to hurt my friends, but I tried to make them go away, 'cause I just wanted to be alone today, and that's what I got. Small jar. I heard an amulet drop. I teleported back. Well, I hold up with that jank there, do jigger thing, bob on the one down. Come on down. Oh yeah. Ooh, a coronet. Is it any good? Is it any good? Is it any good? Good. Is it any good? Is it any good? Is it any good? Good. Ah. It's terrible. I'm from Virginia, Ecoms. Virginia. The state that means virginity. Named after the Virgin Queen herself. West Virginia is a completely different state. All mountains. Rolling mountains as far as the eye can see. I've been there quite a few times. I went there once on a summer camp. I went there again on a summer camp. We had to move a little old lady there. That's a whole story. Very big rolling mountains. Very much so like a kind of like out in the middle of nowhere kind of a place. Deer everywhere, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing or anything. Don't take it that way. You know, it's just that's the kind of place West Virginia is. You're just like up in the mountains. You know, just living your mountain life. There's a couple valleys too. There's mountains and valleys. You know, where you got valleys, you got mountains. Where you got mountains, you got valleys. If you want Magic Find, get the Cow King set, Bal. Cow King set actually works pretty good now for Magic Finding, and it has pretty good stats for a melee character, especially a melee Paladin, a Zeal Paladin. You could probably work that in. You probably want to upgrade it, so get Cow King's, helmet, boots, and armor. Upgrade. Well, actually, you can't upgrade them in the original game. That's sad. Oh, Aspired Helm. Look at that. Veil of Steel. Poopy. Veil of Steel is not really that good, to be honest. If anybody needs it, just speak up. I'll drop it for you. Superior Shadow Bow. How many sockets is that? Ew, 2 sockets. Wow, you guys hit hard. Ruids. Hello. What I gotta bring, don't what I want. Gonna buy some nice property in an infamous hollers. Trying to find a place with a cave. Apparently there's a huge cave system underneath the whole state. A cave, huh? Sounds like fun. Catherine Sigil. Grand charm of grandliness. A Diablo grand charm. 1 defensive for us. Okay, that's yeah, all right. Well, that's something. Have to re-roll that. All right, big giant bug trying to eat my face. Don't be eating faces. Ain't got no room in my stash, 'cause I'm always holding on to trash, and I don't know what to do with my life. Got a million gems, and I don't know what to do, but we roll in stuff for you. Come on down with me, and you will see a crazy bastard named Gigi Benti. Come on down with me, and you will see, California re-rolling, California gonna re-roll them charms now, re-rolling, and I maybe get something good, but probably not get nothing good. Re-rolling them jammies, I'm gonna re-rolling them jammies, I'm re-rolling them jams, re-rolling them jams. Re-rolling the jammies, jammers, or re-rolling the jam, re-rolling the jams. Re-rolling the jams. No, I'm out. No. You got Zilch. You got Zilcho, Zalanchi, you got Zanito, Zananto. You got Zananto? Text. Rough day, rough day. You brought 50 perfects. You want this Diablo Grand Charm, Aaron? Come get it. I'll give it to you. You can re-roll it and see if you get something good. In fact, here, it's GGM in-game GGM4, password 16. I'll drop it on the ground for you right here. This is a Diablo Grand Charm. You can re-roll it to your heart's content. It'll get some really good modifiers. Like you could potentially get like a +1 with faster hit recovery. You could get something like this, a sharp Grand Charm of balance. There's all sorts of really interesting combinations that you could end up with. You just got to keep re-rolling it until you get something good. Spamming emotes in chat, and look, you can't even see him on the live stream chat. It just shows a bunch of chonkers. That's his name. That's the emote's name, by the way. Chonkers. What do you mean you can't get here? What do you mean? Are you on Diablo 2 Resurrected? Because you can always hop in. Are you on Diablo 2 Classic? Are you on like European server or something? Are you on Asia or? You know what? Let's do a swap game real quick because I feel like it. I don't know how many of you guys are actually awake. The game name is going to be called GGM Swap. So GGM Swap. And the password is going to be 16, okay? GGM Swap, password 16. It's going to be normal difficulty so you low levels can join, okay? What do I got to drop for you guys? I've got a Mage Wrath. I'm not sure if any Amazons need a Mage Wrath. I got a Naj's Puzzler for teleporting. Got that Veil of Steel that I just found. You guys are more than welcome to it. I got a pretty decent little low-level Assassin Amulet. You guys can have that. I got a Natalia's Totem Helm. You guys can have that if you want it. What else do I got? I got a Diablo Charm. Whoever wanted the Diablo Charm, I'm going to put it over here by Charcy. So it's this 5 poison damage Septic Charm. This is the Diablo Grand Charm. You guys are more than welcome to it. I'm not sure if I have a whole lot else, but I certainly will check and see and look through my list. Pretty decent little Assassin Amulet with +2 Assassin skill levels, 10% faster cast, and all resistances 12 with 11% damage taken goes to mana. Not a bad Assassin Amulet by any means. I'll hang on to that one. I don't want to get in a bit of debt now. Pretty decent faster cast ring. This is a 10% faster cast ring with like strength, life. Even has lifesteal and attack rating if you want to make some kind of mixed class. It's called the Bone Eye. Found this one earlier. It's actually a pretty decent little small charm if you need some faster hit recovery. 5% faster hit recovery and 5 poison. Not bad. Can fill in your poison resistance if you need. Give you a little bit of faster hit recovery in the process. For you low-level characters, these things are absolutely great. We got a 29 lightning resistance Grand Charm. They're actually super sweet to have as low-level characters because they only have like a level 20 requirement, which isn't bad at all. What else do I got hiding in here? Hiding in the corners of the room. Hiding everywhere just for you. Mortal Kings, gloves, don't need those. Got some Aki glues. I also have this low-level dueler charm. If any of you guys are low-level duelers, this is specifically a level 17 charm. It's exactly the right level for the low-level duelers that duel at level 18. So if you're a low-level dueler, there's a nice little low-level dueler charm. That's also a Diablo charm, if I believe. I'm pretty sure that's a Diablo charm also, if you want to re-roll it for Diablo effects. I got a decent little Sorceress Amulet here. Not like super great, but it's +2 Sorc, Strength, Life, some blocking. I don't know. Might not be that great, but if you don't have a +2 amulet already, maybe it might be better than what you've got on. A decent little +1 Amazon amulet too with some mana steel. That one's actually pretty good for the little Amazons. A pretty sweet little lifesteal ring that has 72 mana on it, which is kind of crazy. If any of you guys are like really mana hog characters, like for instance a Vengeance Paladin, this might work out really well for you. It's the Corruption Master ring. Or maybe a Javazon. Could work really good on a Javazon too. I'm trying to think what else I've got. Beep, 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 beep. Oh yeah, I don't need these Shadow Disciplines charms anymore. If anybody wants my my old Shadow Disciplines charms, I'm not using these anymore. These are great for Assassins. +1 Shadow Disciplines with 24 life, and a +1 Shadow Disciplines with 13 life. Those are absolutely great for Assassins. If you don't have a full set of Assassin charms yet, it does very well because it improves your Shadow Master, your Weapon Block, your Claw Mastery, your Fade, your Burst of Speed, your Mind Blast. They're very nice charms to have around. I don't need them anymore because I'm going pure martial arts. In fact, if any of you guys have any martial arts skillers, I would really appreciate really appreciate a couple martial arts killers, especially if they got anything really nice on them. Speaking of, let me go check my assassin and see if she has anything to drop. She may have some stuff to drop. I'm not sure. I don't need the fire lizard's talons anymore. Definitely not. I don't need the Talrosh's Erotic crest anymore. I don't need the Maelstrom U wand anymore, if anybody wants that. This is a really interesting artisan plate if anybody's running a low-level melee. This is a level 31 armor that has 45% increased attack speed and 75 life. It's actually really cool. It's an artisan's light plate of the squid. And honestly, it's just great for a low level like Zealer or like Barbarian or something like that if any of you guys haven't quite got your characters leveled up yet. Definitely nice until you get your Treachery, for instance. And what else can I drop? I want to drop my Gold Strike Arch. I want to hold on to that for later. I was actually going to try and test that out on a Zon at some point. Also got the full Nats set here. Rift or straight kick? She's not either. She's martial arts. She's just a phoenix sin. Very specifically a phoenix sin. She does a lot of this stuff. Like like this. Let me see if I can get a full damage output. This will be funny. I'm going to murder Shank with a full damage output. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Bye, Shank. Pumping to the grind, at a pumping grind, got to be the pumping, at a pumping grind. I always gotta look on the ground because sometimes people drop some pretty freaking awesome stuff. Oh, a ruby jewel?
I can't carry anymore.
What's how much ruby? How much ruby is that? How much ruby? Is it 40% ruby? Ooh, a 37% ruby. I'll hang on to that. I will hang on to that, sir. Let me check this Natalia's Grim Totem and see if it's better than my Natalia's Grim Totem. Okay, so it has less strength, less dex, more resistances, less defense. Take the resistances. Could be a very interesting starter, actually. Martial arts is actually very powerful early on, especially if you combine it right with like the explosive kick, which is fire damage. You use Fist of Fire. Fist of Fire has a really nice little explosion effect Works very good for all of normal difficulty until you get to Nightmare. And by the time you get to Nightmare difficulty, usually you can still power through pretty well with Calls of Thunder and Phoenix Strike and things like that. It's not until Hell difficulty where things get a little tough and you kind of need more specific equipment. The high elemental damage on Phoenix Strike is definitely very nice, and I used Dragonflight for the majority of my playthrough. Really had a lot of fun with it. If you want to check out my content on that, all you have to do is find my new character videos. Basically, I have a whole bunch of videos that I did just recently. They're live streams, and every single one of them usually says something like New Character Day Episode 1, New Character Day Episode 2, New Character Day Episode 3, etc. And I start from scratch, and I level up the character, and I just have fun with it. And it wasn't really a bad experience at all. I was actually really impressed with how much better the character has gotten since the old days. And it really feels like a much better experience all around than, Diablo 2 Classic. It's definitely one of the things I feel like they really, really did well. Yeah, Insight Diamond Bow. That's a fun one. Good roll on the critical strike, too. Wow. +6 on the crit. That is a really nice diamond bow. Ooh, who dropped this thing? This thing is freaking sexy as all get out. 14 med and +6 crit. That is some really nice rolls on that thing. +6 is the cap on the crit strike. And honestly, that is, if nobody picks that up, I'll take it and I'll hold on to it for something. Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to call it a night, guys. It's 3 a.m. here, and I need to get some food in me, some liquid. I haven't really eaten or drink anything until I, need to go eat. I need to go eat. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna steal this this insight bow. This thing's freaking sexy as all get out. Y'all can't have it. Man. Alright guys and gals, it's been fun. I'm actually like super psyched about how many people showed up today. It was a really cool stream. And it was a really cool day. I finally got to release my item pack, and that's great. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching, and keep watching, and have some nice outro music. How about that? You know what? Let's double up the outro music, because I know you guys love that outro music. Let's double it up. Let's double it up. Come on, let's double it.